morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, and visualize live.
Good morning, my lovely friends. Welcome to Friday Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's great to have your company. And what a day I've got for you. But before we get into all of that, let's start the day as we always do with our early bird. It's one of those. It's one of those. I love an early bird like this that everybody needs. It is a great buy for anybody and everybody. It's a 2.5 metre bundle of Moda grunge in this gorgeous vanilla colourway. I mean, perfect. Whether you're a traditional quilter, whether you're a modern quilter, if you're scrap quilting, you know the power of a neutral to make all of those miscellaneous and frankly bizarre scraps that some of us have got. I certainly have. It can all be made clear with a good neutral. So suitable. Should be $42.45. Let's get straight in with our early bird price. Let's make a saving. $36.45. Now this is for 2.5 meters. This is Moda quality. This is the best. This is grunge. It's been around for years now, and grunge has become such a staple. It's absolutely flying into baskets. You are getting a lot of fabric here. Let's do the run. All of this, all of this, all of this. Keep going. I mean, I'm thinking a spring wedding. What do you think? I think Charlie might have something to say about that. But absolutely gorgeous. You've got those lovely variations, kind of warm, tan and cream, very, very soft. If I show you on the selvage, you can see the colours. So there's actually a little bit of grey in there, a deep putty tone, this more golden, warm tan, this very cool tan, and then this white. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous, which means it'll go with just about anything and everything. I also love the fact that not floral, not ditzy, you've just got texture, which means you can put this with literally anything. If you're a modern quilter and have lots of modern fabrics, it's going to look fab. If you want to mix it with your really traditional Civil War prints, it's going to work like a dream. If you've recently bought my We Love Quilting Volume 3, this would be perfect for any one of the 3 quilts in that volume. You could create your scrappy Lemoyne star, use this as your background. You could make your beautiful feathered star medallion, this is your background, or your stars in the cabin. Now there's more in baskets than we've got available. There's about 60 of you, 60, with this in your basket. I have got less than 30 bundles left, okay? Cards on the table, nowhere near enough. Do check out your basket. Remember, that opens your shopping basket for the day. It means you've paid your postage for the entire day. $4.95 is all you pay, and it doesn't matter how many times you check out. It doesn't matter what you buy. So if you're buying this, great day to stock up on things like machine needles. Maybe you need some glue sticks. Maybe you need some zips. You know, these little things that normally you might not think it's worth paying the postage, but if you've gone for a great early bird like this, you're all set up for a day of restocking those essentials, or buying yourself a gorgeous quilt kit maybe. Right, we are well under 30 left. Facebook is broken today. So you can send a message. I'm seeing mistletoe berries, love grunge. Oh, Karen, totally. Christmas crafting, because you've got that little bit of golden tone in there. And for me, Christmas, red, green and gold, beautiful, perfect. But if you were doing silvers, this would also blend because you've got those grey tones in there as well. Thanks for getting in touch, Karen. Send a message via, you can do YouTube message. Can you do a YouTube? Yeah, you can. You can also email us. You can send it in through the website as well. We'll show you how. www.sewingstreet.com. And then email us. Yeah. studio@sewingstreet.com, or send a message via our website. Thank you. Brilliant. Oh, I'm all freeze framed. Could have been worse. At least I'm sort of... there's Ben. Oh, Ben in Worcester's got in touch to say yes. Shall we say hello to the gallery? Let's get it over with. Okay, so we've got Ben looking nonchalant. Put your feet down. There's Ben. Do you know, it's very rude in some countries to show the soles of your feet. We're mob-handed. Look, hello. It's our lovely Vic, sorry. I'm looking sparkly. Looking sparkly, Vix. Very sparkly. We've got Jimmy directing. Hi, Jimmy. There's Jimmy. We've got Millie on floor. And we've also got Amy from upstairs. Come on, Amy, get used to it. Hiya. There's Amy from upstairs. And we've got Millie. Come on in. Come and say hi. Here's Millie. She's back from her holidays. She's a little bit cold, aren't you? Yeah, a little bit cold after your holiday. No sympathy from me. No sympathy at all. We had snow in Yorkshire. That's cold. Right, keep going through for your Moda Grunge. It's today's early bird. It should be £42.45. You're making a real saving today and getting it for £36.45 for 2.5 metres of Moda Grunge. You could also multi-buy 2 of these and back a queen-size quilt at a bargain price. Look at me folding my own fabric. Look at that. You see? I'm just clearing the decks because we've got an exciting day. Let's do the menu. Right, this hour. It's come at last. It is the Tim Holtz Eclectic Elements Rainbow. So this hour it's the multicoloured rainbow. We've had all the other colours throughout the year. This, I believe, is the last of the collection. And I've got to tell you as well that we have got nowhere near enough bundles or stock. A quarter of the stock's already gone. I wanted 3 times as many, but I didn't get what I wanted. I mean, what's new? But you're in with a chance. It's gorgeous. That's at 8. At 9 o'clock, I'm joined by the fabulous Carolyn Forster with her 101 Stars Quilt. How divine is this? That is a bit of me, that is. That is gorgeous. She's going to show us how to make it. There's a pattern. There's a digital download if you prefer. And we've 2 kits, both Cafe, actually, and it looks stunning. At 10 o'clock, I'm joined by the fancy Sasha Fancy with her Bohemian Blooms Wanderlust Quilt. Really gorgeous, this. Bit modern, bit fresh. 2 colourways. That's our Bohemian. We've also got another Cafe version in gorgeous pinks. Totally different. Really great price. Really great price. Now, at 11 o'clock, Carolyn Forster is back with the power of half square triangles. She's got a brilliant new pattern. This is fresh and gorgeous. We've got, whose head is in that picture? Show it. Show it, Jimmy. You took it. Look. Well, I think we could all safely say it's not mine. Right? Right? That's at 11. And then at 12 o'clock, Sasha Sews. We've got loads of really exciting Bosal products in that hour and some fabulous fabrics. Right, let's jump in. Take a look. at this. Hello, hello. Let's get straight in on that price. 10 half meters, the full collection, not £89.90. You're going to pay today £80.91. You're saving £8.99. You're getting a half metre free. Let's dive in. So it's multicolour. I'm actually going to start with the stamps. I need to let you know as well that we have hardly any of this fabric by the half metre. So if you see anything that you want, hello, lovely. Hello, lovely. Look at this. This is stunning. This is stunning. All right, that's one of them. That's just one of them. Beautiful floral. So pretty. Eclectic. Gorgeous. You can get all 10 half meters, remember, for £80.91. Ah, Rosalind, you've made my day. Morning, Stuart, looking gorgeous and macho in your lumberjack shirt. Rosalind, this is for you. Ow, that really hurts. That I think I've pulled something. Look, I'll get back to what I'm good at. Look, there's your bus tickets. Hello, hello. Isn't this fab? Quicker, Jimmy, there's more colours. Come on. Look at those. I mean, just divine. There's lots with this sort of really exploring the idea of showing a rainbow, but in a really unique way. I think this is so clever. So, so clever. I was teaching a bag making workshop yesterday. Hello, everybody in Shrewsbury. Had a wonderful day. We were making a bag from Make 100 Bags, the Don't Shoot the Messenger. These fabrics would be so suitable for bag making. Oh, no, do you know, I had the most wonderful, it really made my day. It was wonderful. Look at that. Look at that. This is your photo montage. We've been collecting these all year, and this is your chance to get the multicoloured version. Just think these are gorgeous. I've ordered, that's Sasha. I think that might be our Sasha Fancy. She saw these fabrics on the desk and said, oh, whose are these? I said, well, these are mine, Sasha. But if you want them, be quick, because we haven't got many. We've actually got teens left of this bundle. We've got teens of this bundle. Look at this one. Again, eclectic collage. Oh, just love it. Absolutely love it. And the thing is as well, if you've collected any of the fabrics over the last year, you could literally mix any of them in with these. Now, to create a bit of space in all this colour, there is this gorgeous kind of sand tone. It's almost like crumpled paper. Yeah, like crumpled paper. I think it's really clever. So you've got that little moment of calm. So if you were maybe doing frames around these colourful fabrics, it will just give somewhere for the eye to rest. So you get half a metre in there as well. Next up. Oh, look at this. Isn't that stunning? That we've had the sort of brighter rainbow tones. Now we've got those kind of moodier, richer, perhaps more antique-y tones. Books. Books. Oh, yes. Look at that. Again, rich, earthy. Lots of opportunities there for borders, blocks. Absolutely smashing. And then the final print, I just think is stunning. It's these painters' palettes, this way and that. You know, the little mixing trays in there too. Isn't it a cool range? I think it's stunning. Absolutely beautiful. I imagine Tim Holtz' desk looking like this. Yeah, just a sea of gorgeous colour. and paints and inks and brushes. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Jimmy, you're taking direction to a new height today. Really fab. Low teens left, barely teens. £80.91 gets you half a metre of every single one of these fabrics. Let's grab them all back in again and have another look. How are you going to use yours? Or are they just at the moment to be loved and kept warm? I live with my fabrics for a little while. I like to live with them. I like to mull. I like to walk past them and get ideas, open them out. Look, just stunning. This beautiful floral here. And I think if I'm being honest, well, it's a toss-up between this one and this one, really. Which is my favourite? Just stunning, aren't they? I don't have teens left anymore. There's about 45 of you. 45 of you with it in your basket. I've got 10 left. 10 left. I would have loved twice as many bundles as we had, but it's been so popular. We got as much as we could. Good morning from a very white and snowy Guysborough. I couldn't get to work in Whitby yesterday. I'm spending the morning with you all instead. Karen, I think that's a very, very good way of using a snow day. Stay warm, stay safe. And if you are going out, do please take care. It's so cold. It's nasty out there. Scraping ice, slippy roads. Yeah. I just think everyone should have a snow day, really. Apart from us. We'll stay here and do our jobs. But it's fine because there's no snow in Redditch. We're fine. But yeah, I think North Yorkshire has had a lot of snow. We had it in my village yesterday, but I wasn't there. I was in Shrewsbury. I never know to say Shrewsbury or Shrewsbury. Shrewsbury. It was lovely. We had such a nice day. Brother Cadfael was from Shrewsbury Abbey, wasn't he? It's gorgeous. I love it. It's single figures now. It is single figures. I'm going to start showing you the fabrics individually while we've still got them. We're going to start with those rainbow stamps. If we've any left at all, you will have to be ever so quick. No? No. No, Bab. No, that's sold out. Well, I'll say this. You've got good taste. The bus tickets has gone. I knew it. I'll still give it a last little flash. Give it a last little look. Oh, so lovely. It's so... I wish I'd designed that. Is it? So this one we've got... Oh, gosh. It's not looking good. Okay. I've got 4 meters of this one, okay? I've got 4 meters of this. This would be a gorgeous one to tie everything together. This is your border, this is your block centres, this is your sashings, things like that would be lovely. Imagine if you'd done even simple blocks, right? That's your sashing. But actually what I would do, you know my Lemoyne Star, my brand new Lemoyne Star, has... I'll show you. It has sashings in between the blocks that are made from little squares on point. But I've said in the pattern, if that's too much work for you, do a strip of a patterned fabric. That would work beautifully. And then you could pick out all these colours to make your Lemoyne Stars from. I've got 1 metre left. You're checking out your basket so fast today. Everything else has gone. I've got some of this, haven't I? The crumpled paper. I've just got a metre left. Okay. I'll just show you this one. Should we do crumpled paper? If I've got anything else left, I will let you know, but it has been ever so busy. No, nothing else left. Okay. Oh, wow. Well, these ones, we can't sell them like that, can we? Can we? Can we? I don't think so. Right. Well, now then, that bundle. Oh, I've put it there ready to go in the back of my car, and we have still got it. We've got 5 left. We've got 5 left. Those pictures do not do it justice, but it is the only way to get any of those fabrics now. They have all sold out individually. The only way now to get any of those fabrics is to buy the bundle. It also happens to be the best value. You're saving £8.99, which is fab. It's fab. £80.91 gets you the whole bundle. Moody. Right, let's do some solids, because you know what? That wonderful, colourful rainbow look can be achieved in so many different ways. It's not always about using patterned fabric. You know I love using solids. This is the Moody Rainbow. This is our Ben's finest hour. I'm mixing them up a little bit. I'm not quite there yet. I'm going to go, but just look at these juicy, deep, rich colours. Absolutely gorgeous. £22.53. It sounds like it should be fat quarters, surely. It's half metres of each one, half a metre of 7 different fabrics for £22.53. Superb, absolutely superb. Well under £7 a metre. No, yeah, yes it is. Yeah, because if it was £7 a metre and there were 3 metres, that would be £21. This is 3.5, £6.43. Thank you, £6.43 a metre. And you've got all these gorgeous rich colours. We've got sangria. We've got gold. We've got paprika, my favourite orange that we do, paprika. We've got claret, delicious that. We've got imperial, this beautiful purple. We've got copen, which is that deep blue, and we've got bottle. You know, I think that is a colour name which is going to go out of fashion, because you just don't get bottles that colour very often anymore. It'll cease to feel relevant, won't it? When people say, "Oh, it's bottle coloured," go bottle. I mean, you get wine bottles, don't you, in dark green? But even not many of those. Anyway, I've got teens left. Do send your messages into the studio, by the way. I haven't got Facebook today. It's broken. It's not working at the moment. You can watch on YouTube and you can message us there. You can message us via the website, okay? And you can also email us, studio@sewingstreet.com. So keep in touch. Otherwise, I feel like it's just me and the crew. I've already had 2 hours with them this morning. It's enough. It's enough. Claret, sangria, imperial, copen, paprika, gold, and bottle. Yummy. Really yummy. Now, talking of yummy, I've got another rainbow. This is vintage. And this again, you've got those lovely rich colours. So if you sometimes find rainbow a little bit bright a little bit garish, a bit too crayon-y bright for your taste. These are sort of warmer, richer, deeper, but you're also getting 1 whole metre of each fabric, would you believe? Oh, just a minute. I'm going to say before we take the price down, I've got 7 bundles. This is 7 metres of fabric. You won't believe the price. I'm going to do a macho double bicep pose. Are you ready? £36.99. Are you kidding? That's 7 metres for £36.99. How much is that per metre, Ben? That's ridiculous. £5-ish? £5.28 a metre. £5.28 a metre. £5.28 for that. £5.28 for that. For that. This is all going in the boot of my car. I've got 2 left. It's amazing. It's a bargain. It's probably a mistake, but hey, we're having a snow day. So there. I don't know why having snow makes any difference. Last one available. There we go. It's gone. It's gone. Well, there we are. Fancy that. Now, I have got a classic rainbow-ish, classic-ish. Richard. Of. I always feel like of's rather short-changed. York. Gave. Go on, what's the next one? Battle, thank you. Indigo. Pink. I'm going to put the pink there. So, not quite a rainbow. I've only got 3 of these bundles. £22.53. 3.5 metres. Which is still amazing value. I know it's sort of in the shadow of that last bundle, which was amazing. I think that price, should that have been for half metres maybe? I don't know. Anyway, but it's still incredible value. £22.53 for 3.5 metres. Brilliant. That's sold out as well. Do I have any Moody Rainbow left, Ben? Let me just remind you of the Moody. Gorgeous bottle gold, paprika, claret, sangria, imperial and copen. Really rich and delicious. Way more in baskets than we've got available. Do check out, won't you? Don't miss out on this. Such a good deal. Even at full price at £24.53, it feels like a for-nothing purchase. But at £22.53, even more tempting. And it's so useful to have these. Again, if you've got volume 3 of We Love Quilting, the rainbow-coloured feathered star medallion really, really would look yummy in this. You could use these fabrics. Delicious, absolutely gorgeous. We are rapidly running out of fabric. Who'd think we'd ever say that? Get your messages in. Are you having a snow day? Have you got snow? Or have you got sunshine? I'm sure some parts of the world have got sunshine. If you're watching from abroad, hi, Stuart. It's -2 degrees here. Oh, Susan in Nottinghamshire. Brr. But blue skies and sunshine. So I'm staying in to keep my favourite presenter company. Ah, Sue. Thank you, my darling. That's lovely. Sewing Beast in there. Yes, staying just to keep me company. I think that's a very good plan. Lots and lots of you going for this. I've got single figures left. It's our Moody Rainbow. If you've got my New Mexico pattern, if you've got a Sierra Nevada, maybe you've made it, but you've got a few leftovers, Add these, bit more background fabric, make another, but recolour it. You've got your colouring sheet, remember, in the pattern, so you could recolour and create a moody rainbow version. It's yummy, absolutely, moody Nevada, lovely. Right, let's talk a little bit more about Tim Holtz. I've got just a few fabrics from his previous palette collections that I'm just going to grab. These are only available by the half metre. Okay, and this is the last of our stock for forever, basically. I'm going to start with what I would consider to be the neutrals, because I think they're super useful to have in your stash. Okay, charcoal grey was the most recent. These are gorgeous, aren't they? Rich and dark. Now, if you did manage to get any of the rainbow, these would work so well. Rainbow plus this charcoal grey, delicious. Let's start with the stamps. And it's not just grey by any means. You've got those sepia tones in there. Really smashing. I've only got 3 metres of this one left. This is the theme across the board, really, with these fabrics. So if you want any of these, there's such a lot of detail in there. There's fine detail as well. It is absolutely stunning. All little postage stamps. So cool. 2 metres left. When it's gone, it is gone. I don't believe any of these fabrics can be replaced, I'm afraid. I was hoping they might be something that would be available as an ongoing thing, but I have not heard that. The message I've heard is that this is it. One and done. There's 1.5 metres left. Way more in baskets. Okay, that's that one. Let's do the collage photographs next. This is another of my favourites. There's been a version in every colourway, but every single one of them has been different photos. I've got 0.5 metre left, that's all. So one customer and it's gone. I know. The most shocking thing, I think, when you look at these photographs, this is what a hard life people had. These men were probably in their 20s, possibly 40s, you know. I look at old photos of my grandparents and things like that, and they do look so much older. He is not happy to be there, I don't think. That's gone now. That's gone. Right, next up, a really, really good texture, like sort of stone texture. Oh, go on. It's gone. Scone. Oh, with jam and cream. Scone. Cream is the crown. Bus tickets. Find John's if you can. It's an old school bus ticket. It's there somewhere, I think. Tower Hill. Lovely. Do you think he used to have the student ticket? I'm sure it wasn't 35 cents. Admit one. These are brilliant. Just a few metres of this one left. Loads of little details. Isn't it fab? Where can you get for 35 cents these days? 5 cents admits one. Southgate High School, 60 cents. Gosh, I remember my brother and I used to go to the Saturday morning picture show at the Roses Theatre in Tewkesbury, and it used to cost, I think, 15 pence for the morning. And we used to get a Panda Pop and some crisps, I think, and we used to sit and watch. It used to be brilliant. I used to love it. Right, bingo cards. I played my very first game of bingo last year in Bridlington. I'm going back for a return match next week. I just thought I'd warn Bridlington. I've got very, very little of this one left. It's £8.99 a half metre. It's your last chance. It's your last chance. And then the last one in that sort of neutral palette, that charcoal, is the map. And this is a map of Lockport, which I think we did find out where it was, but I can't remember. Isn't it Canada? Is it Canada? Lake Erie, Minnesota? I've no idea. I'm just saying words. It's fab, isn't it? Like a blueprint. Like a blueprint. Did you know that blueprints are cyanotype, well, originally were cyanotype prints, like the early form of photography, which Janet Clare used cyanotype printing as an inspiration for a fabric range. There's a nice little segue for you. 5.5 metres of that one left, that's it. That would be gorgeous for bag making or for quilt making, borders backing, really yummy. Yeah, lovely. Gorgeous. Right, that's that. Now then, I've got some purples, a couple of purples, bus tickets. Oh yes, a messenger bag would be yummy. Yeah, but no, because it's all sold out. Sorry. Sorry, guys. This one, little kind of lacy floral. Very cute. Any left? Half a metre. Half a metre of that. Now, if you're going purple, you need a bit of orange. Orange bus tickets. Pumpkin. Kind of pumpkin-y, aren't they? Digital printed. Oh, look, where is it now? The ghost train. I remember as a child going to the mop fair and there was a ghost train, but outside it said no refunds will be given, which I didn't think was a good sign. It didn't inspire me to go on it, so I didn't. Also, I'm not particularly into being scared. Hi, Stuart. I'm sitting having my porridge and I'm looking forward to spending this morning with you. Oh, Linda, that's a lovely message. Thank you. Oh, I love a bit of porridge. I made some recently with stewed apple and blackberries out the freezer. Oh, it was yummy. 6 metres left of this one. Lovely. Gorgeous. Some yellow. A little bit of yellow. Bingo cards. Different scale to the others. Cool. It's lovely. It's been such a busy first hour. Really has. Wesley. They don't do the calling anymore, do they? Where they say the kind of, you know, keys to the door, 21. Things like that. I always thought it looked like a lot of fun, being a bingo caller. Yes, that's it. 5 and 9, the Brighton line. Starmer's Den, number 10. Gorgeous. One little duck. Quack. Do you think I missed my vocation? I think not. I think not. This is really pretty. This is really pretty. What about a retirement plan? My brother-in-law actually was a bingo caller, but he had a persona called Bingo Bob. He still becomes Bingo Bob at Christmas because he's still got his proper full-sized professional bingo machine with the blower and he brings, honestly, and we have family bingo with a professional bingo caller in his gold lame jacket. It's fabulous. It's fabulous. Christmas Day, that's what I'll be doing. Yep. That's a lovely colour, really soft but vibrant. Gold, beautiful. £8.99 a half metre. Cut to order as well. So if you want 2.5 metres, 5 units, and jobs are good. And bingo, you could say. Right, nice green floral. Oh no, that's different actually. That's different. Bingo cards, green. Bingo cards in green. That's the colour of old £1 notes, isn't it? No one here, literally no one here that I'm working with this morning will remember £1 notes. They're all going, £1 notes? What is this weird ancient thing you talk about? £1 notes. How old are you, Billy? Millie, how old are you? Oh, was it Amy? How old are you, Amy? She's 27, and she said, is that the same as half pennies? I've never felt older in my life. Yes, it was in Victorian times. It was a very long ago. 2 halfpennies and a £1 note. It does feel like forever ago. But you literally, with half a p, you could get a sweetie. Yeah, you wish you were back there then. Oh, dear. But, two fruit salads for a penny. Yeah. 2. Them were the days. Them were the days. 2 for a penny. Oh, they're all moaning now about, do you remember when a Freddo was 5p? There we go. £8.99. This is the tiny print in red. Really pretty. And actually, if you do something like red work, a little bit of that with it, gorgeous. And then the last Tim Holtz fabric I've got, I think, is an extra wide backing, isn't it? This is extra wide backing. Lovely, though. Look at that. Great value. I've only got 2 metres left, so enough for a double bed. Enough for a double bed. 2 metres. £14.99 a half metre. This is 108 inches wide. 100% cotton. Also really good if you just want to make some cushions. Quilt it, make them up. Lovely. That is that. Now, I have got a 10-inch charm pack of Tim Holtz. This is red and pink. This is from the digital palette collection. And this is red and pink. Red was actually the very first colourway, and pink followed quickly afterwards. You can't buy the fabrics really anymore, but we've got 10-inch charm packs. Now, this has got 20 different fabrics, so you guessed it, you get one of each of the pink colourway and one of each of the red colourway. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. I believe, anyway. Oh, no. 2 of each. 2 of each. You get 2 of each. Look, here we go. Second time around, 2 of each. There we go. There we go. I've got 4 of these layer cakes left. Well, it's not a layer cake as such. It's a 10-inch charm. There we go. Last couple of chances. There's way more in baskets than I've got. So if you want this, last of stock, I mean, it really is the last of stock of everything, Tim Holtz, because he's not designing anymore, is he? He's giving up. He's stopping. He's stopping. Well, I'm hoping that something will happen to change his mind, because I think it would be such a loss to the industry. But I'm stocking it while I can. Hi, Stuart. Mojos and blackjacks, yes. 2 for a penny. 2 for a penny. Little white mice. I used to like, this was the closest I ever got to a power tool. You used to be able to buy them chocolate. So you could get a drill, but it was chocolate. Or a hammer, chocolate. I had no interest in the real thing. Chocolate version, I was there. Yeah, gorgeous. Gorgeous. And what else did we used to... Well, there were things that they definitely couldn't sell anymore. So it was terribly inappropriate. Yes, little white sweetie sticks. You know what I'm talking. Terrible. But yes, and I loved things like sherbet dib dabs was good, or as they call it in the Midlands, Kayli. There's only one of these left now. Well. Very well done if you've managed to get anything this morning, because it's been so busy. Ooh, now then, just a minute. Just a minute. Oh, I've dropped it now. Ooh. I've been out to the car and I've brought it back. Sadly, because I have still got 6 bundles. I don't know how. I've still got 6 bundles of the full 10-piece Eclectic Elements multi. This is the rainbow version. So you've got your sort of painter's charts there in rainbow, 1/2 metre of that. Your amazing bus tickets and tram tickets, 1/2 metre of that included. You've got rainbow stamps. You're saving £8.99. One of these 1/2 metres is completely free. 1/2 metre of that. All included, you get 10 1/2 metres. There are still 6 opportunities to get this bundle home, and it is your last chance. There are over 20 of you with it in your basket. Your multicoloured floral. But it's not just a floral, is it? If you look behind, it's been laid on top of perhaps old newsprint, something like that, or maybe a botanical reference book. You've got your crumpled paper. It is actually still fabric, by the way. Don't worry that you're going to get a piece of crumpled paper. All right, you get that. I think this is one of the most beautiful fabrics that we've had in the whole year, actually, out of all of them. Another one's gone. There are only 5 bundles left now. Over 25 of you with it in your basket. Isn't this gorgeous? I could look at this fabric for hours. Another one's gone. There's 4 left now. This little bits. Now imagine using this maybe to make my Bloomsbury bag. Do your borrow stitching, your big stitch with a nice thick cotton thread, stitching on this. Make a gorgeous Bloomsbury bag. It would be fabulous. Or a tote bag would look fabulous. Talk about elevating your projects with this gorgeous fabric. I've got 3 bundles left, 2 bundles now. Photo montage, again, this is the best one. Out of all the photo montages, I think this is the best one out of all. Because look, you've got pink. Starting on the left, look, you've got your pink, your red. It actually goes through the pink, the red, the orange, the yellow, green, dark green, turquoise, blue, purple, and then back does it all again. So clever. One bundle left. You're still in with a chance. Don't be put off that there's one left and you think, I won't get that. There isn't time for me to put it in my basket. There is still time to put it in your basket. If you check out really quickly, it's yours. You've got your paint palettes. Oh, sorry, that's not paint palettes, that's your books. Rich, antique-y looking. Last one. Last one. The paint palettes and the florals. Well done. That has now sold out completely. Well done if you got yours. I am just a little bit jealous, but hey, I had my charts before we went live. Now, do we have a picture of the pattern? Yeah, so last week I launched a brand new quilt pattern. Well, I say quilt pattern, it's my We Love Quilting Volume 3. If you haven't received any of the volumes yet, I'm writing well, it's kind of everything I know about quilting, almost. But I'm doing it in volumes. So in each volume, you get 3 full quilt patterns. And in this one, you get Stars in the Cabin, you get Feathered Star Medallion, and you get Lemoyne Star Quilt. You get all 3 full patterns, loads of brand new techniques in this one. You also get some history and some kind of anecdote stories, that kind of thing, which I think is fun. You also get some designer know-how. So, for example, you know, how do you resize your quilts? There's the Lemoyne Star. This is one of the patterns that you get. It's a brand new way of making Lemoyne Star. All you cut are rectangles and squares. You still make diamonds. It's traditional Lone Star, but it's not the traditional method. It's not the traditional method. Yeah, and then you also get things like making different sizes of quilt. You get a bit of quilt history. You can see here, I was fascinated to learn that many of the antique vintage American quilts that we see were actually took their inspiration from Native American Lakota and Sioux clothing and religious artifacts. That you can see there is a buffalo robe, which they would drape around, maybe someone coming of age, maybe people getting married, as a way of bringing the ancestors. This is Stars in the Cabin. I'll be honest, this is my favourite out of the 3 quilts. This is the one that went straight on my bed at home. I show you how to do foundation piecing without tearing any paper, without sewing through any paper, without using a tiny short stitch that you can't unpick. It's still done on a paper foundation, but you only use one paper foundation for the entire quilt. And I'm not talking about like you have to make loads of copies. You make one copy and you use it again and again. It's so easy. We haven't seen this on air since the launch, which was, I think, 2 weeks ago. I think it was 2 weeks ago. So this is the 3rd quilt. This is the Feathered Star Medallion. We didn't get to hang this one up, but you've got the feathered star in the centre. You've then got a twisted ribbon border around it. Then you've got a dancing stars border around the outside. And there are spacer strips in between, which help you to get exactly the right size that you need. Do you know, I nearly wore that shirt today. I'm so glad I didn't. But I'm in my tweedy, plaidy kind of lumberjack phase. That's the quilt hanging up. Feathered star, classic. Ribbon, twisted ribbon border. Dancing stars. Lovely. And that would work so well if you've bought the Tim Holtz rainbow fabrics. So you get those 3 full patterns and your history and your designer tips and tricks. And some colour theory in there as well. I talk about how to make 2 colour quilts. which are an absolute quilting classic, but modern style really. There's loads in there. 3 gorgeous quilts for $11.99. Oh, I nearly read that message then. I love your pattern. It's also my birthday. But the quilt you made is gorgeous. Thank you. Oh, fab. We have got a tiny little bit of my Indian summer fabric. I'm just going to show you what we've got. We've only got these 4 fabrics left. Okay. But these would mix in really well with the Tim Holtz, actually. Let's do the green. Yeah, let's do the green. Let's do the green. So we've got gorgeous little ditzy. These are 100% cotton. I work with Lewis and Irene, so you know the quality is fabulous. $7.99 a half metre. This would be wonderful for quilt making, but also really gorgeous for dressmaking, shirt making. Very yummy. If you're speculatively buying for a shirt, I always buy 2.5 metres for a long sleeve. The gold, again, love this. I was inspired by Indian block printed fabrics, and this one perhaps is most reminiscent of Indian block printing. You've got that gorgeous deep gold background. Lovely. Again, great for dressmaking as well as quilts, bags, you name it. Same print, but in pink. And it's a gorgeous soft pink with a deep red print on top. $7.99 a half metre. And then the last one, a gorgeous, pretty little floral vine. I think this would be so lovely to do children's wear out of. Pretty. Well, it's been quite a first hour. Now, the rest of the morning, I've got guests throughout. Sasha Fancy, but coming up next, the fabulous Carolyn Forster with her 101 Stars Quilts. Don't go anywhere.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Not only is SewingStreet live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the SewingStreet app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with SewingStreet. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The SewingStreet gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the SewingStreet website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The SewingStreet gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with SewingStreet couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our SewingStreet app. Simply head over to your app store and search SewingStreet. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Did you know at SewingStreet that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the SewingStreet website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with SewingStreet.
Great to have your company. And look who's joined me. It's the fabulous Carolyn Forster. Hello.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Lovely
Really
to be
good to
here.
see you. I think last time you were here with me, we were launching your fabulous last book.
It was one. I wasn't saying one of the last
One
books.
of them.
Yeah, it wasn't. And I can remember because I was using one of the fabrics in the samples, and it was one that you'd designed. And I was like, oh, I do like this fabric. And you're like, yeah, I do too.
Oh, thank you. I've fallen in love. Carolyn knows this. I was hoping she didn't like it so I could take it, but no. This quilt is beautiful, Carolyn.
Thank you.
Tell me about it.
It's well, it's really scrappy. Yeah, loads of scraps. It's a really good stash buster, and it's really good if you want to use up jelly rolls or design rolls.
It's 2.5-inch strip friendly.
It's all 2.5-inch strip friendly,
Amazing.
so it's pretty versatile that way. I used lots of prints that I like together. For me, it really showcases a lot of prints in the stars.
Yeah.
And hopefully that's what we'll be able to show with the fabrics this morning.
Yeah, we've got some fabulous bundles, we really do. Look, we've got one that uses Kaif in blues. You can see some of these blocks. I mean, how spectacular do they look? Now, Carolyn, for anybody who's thinking, oh, is that hard? Do I need to be a really skilled quilter?
No. Also, one of the reasons why I made it is because I love the diamond shape, but I didn't want to have to do it English paper piecing.
Sure.
I wanted to do it sort of, for me, as quick and at the machine, so I could sort of zap out like a block when I've got time. And so basically I've done it with using degree markings on your ruler.
Great.
So you might used to be using your rulers, you know, for your straight and vertical, horizontals, half square triangles, but there's other angles on it, the 60, 30 degree line.
Yeah.
And so that's what I'll be showing you with the design roll strips.
Brilliant. You're going to show us how this morning.
Hopefully.
Wonderful. If you want to get involved, okay, first and foremost, the pattern. Grab yourself the pattern. We've got 2 kits coming up, but grab the pattern. It's for 101 stars. Are there 101 stars in there?
I thought that's quite exciting. I don't think so.
I think it's an exciting title.
I think if you look at stars and substars and substars, there's probably, you could go, say probably there are 3 per block in the way it's designed and what you focus in on. But yeah, 101, it's just a bit of fun, isn't it? So.
3 times 16, Carolyn, that's 48.
That's a lot of maths, isn't it? Yeah.
It's 48.
You're quick, aren't you?
It's not 101, is it?
Well, if you make a
Little
few
bit of
more quilts, you
exaggeration.
could make like 2.5 quilts, and then or make a bigger quilt. I don't know.
I'm kidding. I think this is absolutely gorgeous. It's fabulous. I'm going to go and grab the kits. I will see you very shortly.
Okay, thank
Wonderful. No, seriously, what a fantastic pattern. It is really, really beautiful. Now, let's start by looking at the kit that we showed you some sample blocks from. These beautiful blues and purples from Cafe. You've got a full design roll here, 40 strips, all cut at 2.5 inches. Carolyn, a lot of people ask me this question, and there's different answers depending on who you ask. This crinkle cut edge, where do I sew? How do you deal with that crinkly edge on these strips?
I must admit, because I think all the design rolls are different, so you do have to look on, you know, one at a time, every one that you buy. And for me, I'll always measure them with my ruler, 2.5-inch ruler, or with your long ruler, because they're long strips, aren't they, width of fabric, and just double check that where the zigzags come, are they within your 2.5 inches, or are they, some manufacturers, it's slightly outside of? And so because of that, it actually gives you the opportunity to trim them up and actually, in effect, neaten off the fuzzy bit.
Right.
Because it also can be really dusty.
Yes.
So, yes.
And have we got that leeway with our strip roll? That we
You
can
have
trim
on that, which is really nice. So it means it's doubly accurate when you get to sewing.
Right. Let's look. So in this bundle, you get your pattern, you get your full design roll from Cafe Facet, you get 2.5 meters of this gorgeous cream fabric, Rose and Hubble, 100% cotton. You're also getting 1 meter of light lilac and 1 meter of candy blue. Lots of fabric there, and the best news is you are not paying $110.89. Although, goodness me, that would be a great price for a complete quilt kit. $99.99, even better. Love that. It's still on split pay, 0% interest. You don't pay a penny more by taking the split pay option. 2 split pays, $49.99. No, $49.
Don't look at me. I was weak with the maths previously.
£49 per month. It is $49.99, sorry. Right, so actually, if you take split pay, you pay $99.98. It's cheaper.
Cheaper, bargain.
Do split pay. Full kit. What do they say? Look after the pennies.
And the pounds will take care of themselves. There we go. What a double act.
That to be true. One of the first things Charlie ever bought me was a piggy bank, a little money box.
Right.
And I used to put pennies and 2p's and things like that. I'd never been a saver. Well, this is a great time to save because it should be £110.89. You're getting it for $99.99. We're very limited with quantities. And what a gorgeous effect. Let's have a look at those blocks again, Jimmy. They really are absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. And I know what you're thinking. Is it EPP? Nope. Machine pieced, strip pieced.
It isn't strip pieced because the maths, because just said that wasn't my strong point. I found it actually easier to just cut the pieces and then lay them out because I found it was actually I was getting a good level of accuracy with that, and you're working on each segment at a time.
Fair enough.
So you can work on really showing off your fabrics that way.
Great. Well, we'll get through these kits and then we'll get straight to demo. Give you lots of time. Okay, the other kit that's available, we're going to match the price. Look at this. This is a bit of me. I love these colours.
Oh, hot and sizzly.
They are hot and sizzly. Absolutely smashing. All these really hot, bright holiday colours, really, aren't they? You've also got your 2.5 metres of cream. You've got a metre of light lilac. That features in both kits. You've got a metre of salmon. And you've got the pattern as well. Now, Carolyn, what size quilt can I make using this kit? And do I have enough for the binding?
Oh, do you know? I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
So this is where I fall completely flat on my
Okay,
face with
no
like
worries.
lack of. If you're using the design roll kit, I think if you're only making the same amount of number of blocks in
Yep.
there, the 16, I think with the design roll you will have extra fabrics left over, so it gives
Okay.
you lots of opportunity to sort of use your favourite prints.
Great.
And I think there would be enough left over to possibly start the binding, but I must admit I didn't test it out that far.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, falling flat there.
Well, the quilt itself is 73.5 inches by 64 inches. That is a really good size.
It's a nice sort of generous, I don't know, is it double? It's not king, it's a double. It's a nice cosy quilt, to be honest, at the moment,
Yeah.
for sitting with it on the sofa with you
I like
underneath
putting a
it.
quilt kind of that way over the bed as well. Do you know what I mean? Kind of landscape over the end of the bed.
Yeah, I must admit, I've never been, and I say this a lot when I'm teaching, and people say, oh, how big's this quilt, and what could I do, you know, does it fit over the bed? Well, it depends what size your bed is. And also, do you like it draped to the floor? Do you like it up to the pillows? Do you like it over the foot of the bed? So for me, I just sort of have it so it fits over the top of the duvet.
Yeah.
So it's sort of framed by the bed.
Exactly.
But it is the sort of thing, I think, because you've got a lot of the plain fabric, you've got a generous amount of. So I think if you wanted to make extra blocks,
Great.
or even extra half blocks, which would make it a bit funky to go around the edge instead of whole stars, yeah, you could work with that on it, and that would be pretty cool.
Great. I love that. Options. There are options. Proving really popular. These are beautiful, aren't they? And so achievable. Carolyn's going to show us how. So don't worry. I know this is slightly outside of our regular, maybe our comfort zone, but that's good.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be, because I'm not going to show you anything that no one's ever cut before.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Exactly. The pattern is flying out. Let's show you that. This is the paper copy, the printed copy. We have a digital as well. I'll do that in a second, but this is our paper version. This is our paper version, $9.99. It's proving very, very popular. Hundreds of you going for the pattern. $9.99. It's a scrap buster, this one, isn't it?
I mean, I think so. That's when I started it, and that's how I started using it. But I always think when you can have a design roll to start you off, and also for me, because when you come to do this, they say, "Oh, would you like to use this fabric or that fabric?" And I'm like, "Oh, let's see." And actually, because it was Cave, I'm always sometimes a bit stumped by the big prints,
Sure.
and a bit worried about it. But actually, for me, it was like, no, I love blue. It's my favourite. Apart from when I use all the other colours. But the blue roll was my favourite, and it meant for me the stars and the cream really show off the prints, so that I felt they didn't get lost. So, yeah, for me, it was like a really good showcase. Also, for what you were showing earlier on, I was like, you know, only limited amounts of that, and I'd really like those collections. And again, it would show off those sorts of fabrics, and if you've got ones in your stash you want featuring.
What I'm surprised at, actually, Carolyn, because obviously there are 2.5 inch wide strips that you've cut diamonds from.
Yeah.
So they're not huge piece of fabric, but actually they really showcase the prints. And even you've used large scale prints in some of the block. It really shows them off too.
It does, and I think it's because you're using it against a cream or a neutral. And actually, I think, I don't want to go into maths again, but there's probably, I don't know, equal amount of neutral as there are prints. So you've got a balance there.
Yeah.
And then actually with the kit, you guys, you've got a solid as well for the triangles that put the hexagons into the squares. And I think with that, it actually showcases the prints even more so, because you know, you're not losing them at all. Whereas some of this, it is a bit like, whoa, she just threw it all in there, didn't she?
Yeah, I think they look great. Now, one question I know will come up, are there any Y seams?
No, we haven't got any Y seams. We're Y seamless.
Yeah, why do that?
Yeah.
You don't have to. Well, the pattern's proving really popular. Loads and loads of you going for it. Are you physical? Are you digital? Let's give you the details of the digital version. You can print it off if you want. You don't have to print the vast majority off. Do you have a template for the triangles, or is that rotary cut?
It's all rotary cut.
Well.
I think initially when I did it, you know, you play around with, oh, do we need a template to make sure and that sort of thing. But actually all the cutting was very straightforward. So for the setting triangles that turn the hexagons into, I was going to say squares, but they're not, they're slightly rectangular. That's actually basically a rectangle, and we give the size of that, and then you cut it on the diagonal.
Perfect.
So again, you haven't got any templates to worry about.
So you don't have to print anything off if you don't want to, which is good news for me. I don't have a printer at home, so I love a digital pattern if there are no templates.
Well, it means you can just keep it on screen, and depending on how big your screen is, you can have it life size or bigger than life size, and just glance up at the bit you need. So yeah, it's really cool.
Good, great. That is your digital pattern. Now, I will just mention I've got two rather fabulous extra wide backing fabrics here. They are both from the K-Facet Collective. I'm going to start with this one here, which is the most gorgeous backing fabric if you are going for this, because look at that for a beautiful combination. Excuse me, this is a bundle. You've got enough here. This is 4 meters. This isn't an extra wide, by the way. This is 4 meters. You'll cut it in half and join 2 panels together.
Yep. Looking at me for confirmation. Yes, you will do that.
66.92. But equally, if you wanted to put a border around your quilt to make it bigger, you could do that. And
also if you've got bits left over, which you will, I think, by joining that, again, you can use that for your binding.
Lovely.
So really, you've got it all in, actually,
amazing.
with that.
66.92. Very, very limited stock there, and you're saving £5. The other colourway that I've got is this one right here, which again, I mean, look at that. They really do match up absolutely beautifully. And then you've got that cloud blue, and it's not cloud blue actually, it's candy, I think. Candy blue and light lilac, and of course that gorgeous cream. So that is your backing bundle, 66.92 for 4 meters. You save a £5, and it's enough to back the quilt. Amazing. I think we're ready for a bit of demo if you are.
Are we? Let's stop holding our breath and get on with it.
Get on with it.
Just
Do you
like,
want me to come over, or shall I leave you to it?
Well, you'll find out. If I start completely doing it rubbish, then you can come over and assist.
Sidle over at some point, I'm sure.
But you can still watch and like prompt,
for sure.
prompt and help and watch and
I'm
prompt.
here. I'm not going anywhere.
Good, excellent. So with your strips, I've got mine like you would usually have a strip. What I'm going to do is cut the diamonds. So what we're aiming for are these diamonds. So they're based on the 30 degree, or what I call the 30 degree, 60 degree line. So you've got your strip, it's horizontal to you on your mat, and you want to start off, instead of with a straight line, you're going to start off with the diagonal. So you can actually use the lines on your cutting mat, or you can use your lines on the ruler. So for me, this ruler is like a real bonus. Instead of grappling with your big ruler, you've got this one, which is the exact same width as the diamonds are. So it's going to be really more useful in a minute. So you're going to cut the end off. So you've got your 30-degree line here on your horizontal line.
Okay.
And that just goes against all we usually do with the 90 degrees and the verticals. So, but when we cut that, you can see you've got the beginning of your diamond shape. And then you can either leave it on that line here, or you can move it across. The important thing is that it's always on a horizontal line. And then we use the entire width of the ruler. So you haven't got anything to, like, you know, keep your eye in or anything like that.
Okay.
We're using, in fact, the width of the ruler as our template.
Great.
So ruler down, cut, remove your ruler, and you've got your diamonds. I'll just do one more there, just to give you the... And you can move along your whole strip like that. Mm-hmm. And I'd usually cut 2 strips at a time, because for the outside of the block, for the triangles, they start off as diamonds. You need 24, and that will yield as many as you need. So you've already cut them. And so I'm, definitely big into, if I want one colour, I'll cut both strips at the same time.
Sure.
So again, your ruler's going on. You can use the 30-degree line on your mat and the degree line on your ruler for double accuracy. Just place that on. This edge is up against that previous cut edge, and then slice. Move that away, and you've got more diamonds.
Perfect.
So that's it.
Great. That's your cutting. Looks very easy. It's very easy. I do think having that 2.5-inch wide ruler is super helpful. You do get those markings on standard rotary rulers, but if you want to get the 2.5-inch ruler that Carolyn was using, we've got it. It's $17.99. I do think sometimes, now of course a 2.5-inch wide ruler is just super useful anyway.
Well, I must admit, I knew you guys had got them, but I was like, all panic, bring my own. And I've got 2 of these, and I bought what I call my posh one, my going out ruler, because the other one...
Love that.
I've had so long, I think since they first invented it sort of thing, and I use it so much, and this is about, 10 years plus of use, and so the markings have faded.
Mm-hmm. Oh, really?
Yeah,
wow. Okay.
And so you're going to get, and I use this a lot. So it's not a case of, your markings are going to fade after 10 to 15 years. It's a case of, I find it so useful. And that's why I've ended up with 2.
Yeah.
Because I'm just like, it's one of my most favourite things.
I always say to people, match your size of your ruler to the size of the fabric you're cutting. If it's yardage, you need your big ruler. If you're scrap quilting, you need a smaller ruler.
Ones, I
just
do.
Easier.
I think also, it's just less to grapple with in that, yes, I've cut these with my big ruler before.
Yeah.
Because everything in the world can be cut with that 6x24, and that's great. But sometimes you just want to treat yourself to the ease of just, and we're going to use this as well later on when we come to sizing up the blocks.
Well, you did use a great word there when you talked about grappling, and I'm going to use that from now on. You imagine if Carolyn had been using the 6.5 by 24.5 rule to cut those diamonds, how more cumbersome it would have been.
Yeah, and also it would have been bigger than the board.
Yeah,
as well. Whereas I like to think the board and the ruler, if you can, use them in conjunction with each other as much as possible, because you're using the markings, or I use the markings in conjunction with each other.
Perfect, thank you. How many in baskets, Ben? Okay, over half the stock. In baskets. If you want to get hold of the ruler, great opportunity. There's a few rulers on top of your 6x24 that I would recommend. This is a really, really useful one. Very useful, especially if you're scrap quilting or you're a jelly roll quilter or a strip roll quilter. It's a super useful ruler to have. You could also use this to get those little zigzaggy edges off your strips, couldn't you, just to neaten them up?
You can, I'm going to say now, but I didn't. I used my 6x24.
Fine, fair enough,
it's your full width. But I am going to say that jumping ahead, when we do the next quilt, that 11, I use this a lot in that as well, because again, it's a perfect size, it's just handy, and we're working with 5-inch squares then.
Great,
and that, just my ruler of the day for me.
I love that, the ruler of the day. That should become a thing. If it wasn't, it should be. But, you know, there's the odd template ruler I absolutely adore. I'm obsessed with the skinny pineapple trim tool at the moment. But this one is useful for a multitude of things, not just one block. It is proving really popular. If you want this, it's creative grids. It's got all those non-slip surfaces on the underside, markings in black and white, so it's multifunctional, and all your angle lines on there as well. I have got about 25 of these left when you've all checked out. So there's 35 in baskets. We're not very good at maths here as a rule, but even I know that isn't going to work out very well. Now, Carolyn, once we've cut our diamonds, what do we do?
Well, now, what we're going to do is to make the hexagons, it's comprised of 6 units, and that unit, I think we can see on here, one that I've put together, is comprised of our diamonds. And so basically, when I start making these right first off, I'll lay out one of these first, and I'll stitch one only.
They're all identical?
They're all identical, but I want to, as opposed to going head on into chain piecing and laying out all 6 and that sort of thing, I prefer when I've just started out and cut everything, even though I've made this a lot, I will make one block first, just to doubly make sure that all the protocols and little hints and tips that I use work. And then once I know that one block's complete, I'm like heading on in then to like chain piecing, laying out multiples and that sort of thing. But I do think it's important to lay out your one block first. So what happens initially, you can see I'm trying to do 2 things. You can see I've got rows here. So all I'm going to do is I lay out my rows. So you just get the pieces. I make sure they're all right side up. And you can lay them out. So the next row is this one. And then you can see I'm probably going to run out because I've sewn all my other bits together. But your next row is this one here. And then I've got my longest row here.
Yep.
All right. Gotcha. And you're going to be making 6 of those. So when you start making them, I then will sew each row together. And when you start stitching, you'll realise that we haven't got right angles to line up and put together.
Sure.
So you've got these 60-30. And when you put these together, so these will be the first 2, about the first 2 on all the rows. Instead of, thinking, oh, you know, the points match, perfect. Yeah. But if you start sewing now, when you actually sew them together, they won't be in a straight line.
No.
So what you need to do is you just shuffle it along so that you can see you have these little points protruding out of each end. And one way to check before you put them under the machine, and I definitely always use a 1/4 inch seam foot, or you set your machine up to an accurate 1/4 inch, is you can double check by popping your ruler on top, and on the 1/4 inch line, what you should find, let's use a light demonstration. What you're looking at is what I call this elbow, this little join here where the 2 pieces actually come together. And that little crook needs to be a 1/4 inch away from the raw edge. And so by popping your ruler on top, you can see that as you're going to feed this into the machine, this sewing line is going to be along here, 1/4 inch away from the raw edge, but within that little crook, that little elbow, that crevice there. And that's all you need to do. So it means when you do lots of these, you actually quite quickly, you get your eye in with it.
Yeah, you can just see it by eye.
And so you can see on this one, when I've pressed it, you can see there the stitching line is in that crevice. And again, once you start making lots of these, you can chain piece them. So I'll chain piece all these top pieces first for that row, then I'll chain piece another 2, then you add the next diamond on. So you can work up whatever protocols you like for sort of speeding it up, or you can just work at just a really nice steady pace, doing one bit at a time.
See, I'm very much at that stage in my life, Carolyn, where I like to make one block at a time. My days of doing that kind of chain piecing I'm over that. And I just like working on one block, but you've got options.
Everyone's got options. It depends how you're comfortable working. And as I say, when I start off with this, I will always make, one unit at a time. I don't worry about making multiples. It's always it's slow and steady, basically gets you there in the end.
Yeah.
And also you're building up your skill base a lot of the time if you haven't used these shapes before on your sewing machine.
I honestly think, Carolyn, every pattern should come with a make one block first. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is. But it's also a bit like when you're cutting as well. I'm always like, oh, yeah, of course you can cut more layers. You can, and you've got two ways to go again. You either cut more correctly first off, or you cut more wrong first off. So it's just dipping your toe in the pool, getting comfortable with it, and then moving along at your own pace.
I totally agree with you. Yeah, cutting multiple layers could be a very fast route to cutting all your blocks wrong. All at once.
Yeah, all at once.
Do you happen to know what size the block is? We've had a question asking what size block, because it would be rather nice done as a cushion, wouldn't it?
Crying out loud, you people.
I
you
know,
people.
we want to know
right,
everything.
Let me guess. Right, that's 12.
Everything.
I'm going for it here. 12 to 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. They're about 18 inches. They're actually rectangular, only slightly. But yeah, they'd be a really good cushion size. And the other thing, just flapping the ruler of the day about, is I think, and this is very much me, I think it lends itself perfectly to a quilt as you go quilt.
Oh, yeah.
Because when you make each block, it's self-contained. And yes, I've then put them together in rows. You could make it actually really cool table runner for Christmas with Christmassy fabrics.
Yes.
But just tell everyone not to spill anything on them.
Just for
table
show.
mats.
Just for show. So you'd have like the thin joining strips in between the blocks, or a seamless quilt as you go?
Well, you've got the options, haven't you? Yeah, I mean, those are the two most, standard ones. Again, so it would just depend on, because if you have the seams like another fabric or using up some of your strips between them, you're adding another feature, another design element to the quilt. So I think if you wanted to make it really like stained glass, because these are really nice jewel tones, if you used a dark grey or a black or something like that.
Yeah.
But again, if you didn't fancy breaking the design up, then use the seamless method on the back.
Fantastic. Oh, it's got the juices flowing. And as well, those shapes, especially that sort of cream star in the centre, would lend itself well to some really beautiful sort of individual hand quilting.
Yeah, you can really show it off on those cream areas. Yeah, definitely.
It's delightful. The pattern's proving incredibly popular. We've got details on the screen for the pattern. That's the physical one. 101 stars. I mean, you could make 1,001 of these. Every single one would look different.
I think, that's what I found with the fun thing of using the jelly roll, that every time I cut enough strips for one block for the outside edge out of 2 strips, you got your 24 diamonds, and then for the centre you need 12 of another feature fabric, and so that's half the amount. So I would cut 24 again, and then that's the beginning of my second block.
Brilliant.
So then I can mix and match with just really play with the designs, because they are really fun designs. So.
Yeah. And it's such a, it looks like such a classic, almost vintage looking quilt. This could be incredibly modern looking in solids.
You could do it all in solids, you could do it in your batiks.
Oh.
To be honest, that's the really the thing with a classic quilt design. Yeah. It's not classic in a old fuddy-duddy.
No way.
That's not classic. It's the fact that it just will always lend itself to any era and any sort of genre of fabrics, for me, anyway.
These are the patterns we need in our stash, the ones that work with everything. And if the magic word of scraps is mentioned, I'm there.
Yeah, we're there.
we need it. We need it in our lives. And $9.99 is the promise you could actually use up a great old bunch of your scraps. Or go for a kit. We've got 2 kits available. We've got the Cafe in the blues with light lilac and cloud, or candy blue, I think, cream, loads and loads of fabric there. I've only got teens left of this one. You've got your full design roll. There's 40 2.5-inch wide strips, all Cafe. You've got 2.5 meters of cream solid. This is Rose and Hubble, gorgeous quality in cream. Then you've got 1/2 meter of candy blue, 1/2 meter of light lilac. Carolyn, can I ask a question of you? If you use a quilt kit,
Yes.
do you stick religiously to the fabrics, or do you throw a few of your stash in while you're at it?
Oh, I'm always a great, I could just add a little bit extra there, couldn't I? A little bit of something.
Yeah.
I always think the kits are just fab because it gives you that, like, confidence, you know you've got everything. But I do think as you start working with the fabrics and playing with them, I think there is always that, like, but I've got a fabric
Exactly.
that I think would look nice with this.
Yeah.
And I think, so for a lot of people, it's like a really good starting point, but then you've got that bit, but actually I can make this, or even more my own. I mean, because everyone's going to use their fabrics in the kit like this in a different way, completely different way. So I think, yeah, you can, I would add a bit of something, you know, that I've got. I mean, even actually for the next one, the way we use the fabrics then, it was like, oh yeah, but wouldn't it be cool if? Yeah. So there was a little like twist on the kit that we've got there as well. So,
I just had a feeling you might be a kindred spirit. I can never just use a kit. I always have to throw a little bit of extra in. But you've got that confidence. It's like your hand is held. You can make the whole quilt out of your kit. There's enough in baskets to sell out completely and then some. So if you want this one, you do need to check out your basket. There is a lot of value here. Your quilt, remember, is 73.5 inches by 64 inches. A great kind of, will go on anything kind of quilt, including over your legs and round your back, sitting on the sofa watching telly. I love those quilts.
Well, especially as like this week it got really cold. Well, it is really cold this week. And I must admit that I was stitching the other evening and I was just stitching something little, but I had got a quilt I could be quilting. And I was thinking, this is ridiculous. I really should be quilting that quilt because it's keeping me warm as well as being stitched on. But yeah, it's just that extra layer on the bed, isn't it?
Gorgeous.
So, yeah.
Gorgeous. But also at 73.5 by 64 inch, this is completely doable as a whole quilt on a domestic sewing machine. You can quilt the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't always do a lot of machine quilting, but I must admit on this, I did machine quilt it myself. And you can probably tell, because it's not perfect, because really...
Good.
Really.
Good, I say.
Yay, thank you. But it got done,
yeah.
You know, and I was really happy with it, because I really wanted it finished. So on mine, all I did was just horizontal lines, and I actually used the actual lines of the pattern, the midpoint and all the diamonds. So, and you can mark that with your Hera marker and a ruler, or you can do it by eye.
Masking tape?
Masking tape, absolutely. And also if you start off with a certain spacing, like a wider spacing than you think you might end up with, you can always add more.
Yes.
Whereas if you start off really dense and
You're
you're like, yeah, you're committed, you're there, and it's like, oh, really? Whereas with this one, I even feel now if I thought, oh, it needed a bit more, I could, even though it's bound, I mean, really, I could go back and add, because you can always go back in, but you can't really uncommit.
Fab. You need to check out your baskets on the blue kit or you will miss out on that. That is oversubscribed. The other kit that we've got, this is a bit of me. This is that spicy, sizzling, warm your cockles kind of pinks and oranges.
I was going to say, what are you selling?
You know those colours, though, that make you feel warm?
No, they are. I mean, I think they're really Christmassy colours as well, because it's got that warmth and glow to it. So yeah.
Really does.
Especially for today.
You've got your light lilac, you've got your salmon, you've got 1/2 metre of each of those. Sorry, 1 metre of each of those. So much fabric. 2.5 metres of your cream and your full design roll, 42.5-inch strips from K Facet for $99.99. Flying out. You also, of course, with your kits, get your pattern included. And this is such a scrap buster. Brilliant. Right, good message. Lovely pattern. So many options to use at my stash. It's time to hibernate to the sewing room in this weather. Flo, I'm a fan of hibernating. Definitely with you there. And what better place to hibernate than your sewing room? Yes, crack out your stash. Carolyn, if you were to give like a top tip or 3 top tips on busting your stash of scraps, what would they be?
Actually start sewing.
Yeah, get on with it.
Because, I mean, I procrastinate.
Yep.
You know, wrong pronunciation there. But yeah, you can think about it forever, but it's not going to make it happen. You just really need to think, I really like these two together. This
Love
is my
that.
block. This is where I'm going.
Step 1, pull your finger out.
Yeah, exactly. Get going
Top
on
tip
it.
2?
Oh, God, top tip 2. God, you do put people on the spot.
You're a
Stash
scrap
busting.
quilting expert.
If, I must admit, I do keep my fabrics in colour.
Okay.
Way.
Yep.
And I do think if you're wondering what to use, just go for one colourway. You don't have to use lots of, I know there are lots of colours here, but a lot of the time for me, it's much easier for me to either start with what I call comfort zone palette.
We both pick blue.
So
Yes.
so I try and keep my fabrics in as much as I can. I do have themed buckets.
But if you don't live like that, do that. Grab all your blue scraps in a pile and
whatever
have a
your
sort.
favourite colour is, or if you like Christmas fabrics, it's Christmassy now. Anything that you think, oh, I really like all those novelty fabrics. I really like that retro palette. Yeah, just start. I mean, and the other thing is because this is
Is this top tip 3, Carolyn?
sort of top tip 2A stroke B, I don't know.
Paragraph 4.
Subsection is if you've got a design roll that you have had because you love it, and you have had it so long that when you take the ribbon off, the elastic band decayed underneath it.
Okay, there's a lot of people at home feeling guilty at this point because
this is me with some of mine when I look at the design rolls. I'm like, oh, that's fab. And I've got it like sort of on a pedestal. Just if your elastic band's decayed, then really that needs using.
So
you need to use that.
What I'm interpreting from that is keep your interpretation of scrap fabric loose.
Yeah,
whatever you want to use. If it's a design roll, use it.
Yeah, it is, because people say, oh, what's the smallest scrap you keep, you know. Well, sometimes for me that might be a fat eighth, because there's not much of it.
Right.
And then I have like even sections, which are strings or, you know, really loose bits. But yeah, I just think, just don't tie yourself to rules, basically.
Good. Love that. Love that. 3 top tips from an expert. Right. So we'll leave the graphics for the pattern. Carolyn, we've cut our diamonds. We've sewn them into rows.
Yes.
The next thing is getting those rows together and getting the joins to match.
Yes. So what we're going to do, and also I'll just say that all the things that I'm discussing here with you guys and with Stuart, it's all in the pattern, all the tips and hints. So when it comes to actually sewing the rows together, what we're doing is something, well, might be a bit controversial for some people, is on this particular pattern, all the seams are pressed open. Oh, and I've even got a what's it? That thank you.
Oh.
Thank you, because I'm otherwise...
I'm ready.
You're ready?
I'm
ready. Oh, good. I didn't know you'd be doing that for me. Thank you. I'm excited. Look, here we are. Here for me. Thank you. So, are you left-handed?
No.
That's okay. It won't matter.
Open.
Just which way. Yeah, seams open.
Okay.
Now, I know this seems like, oh, really? Seams open? And those of you who've been in classes with me, the amount of times you hear me actually say those words, you can count on one hand. You'll hear it a lot today, which is completely bizarre. But by pressing the seams open, it means when you come to putting the rows of the quilt together, which we've got here, all these little hillocks, all these little pointy bits that you've created. Let's get my pointer. I like these pointer pins.
Oh, they're lovely,
I feel very
aren't they?
professional. Look, a pointer. All these little, and also if I point with my finger gets in the way. So all these little points that some people are like, oh, you need to trim them. Well, no, because it's not needed. They will all match up. So you can see them here on both sides. And if they match up, it means when you sew your seam together, along your 1/4 inch, starting at this end, because you've got your little crevice. You will also realise you're sewing along, this is all matching up, perfect, thank you.
Pleasure.
You will get to a bit where actually one row's longer than the other, and you basically just go off the end of that diamond and into the diamond underneath, and you can just leave it. So
It's like a couple of stitches.
just a couple of stitches over, because actually at the end of the process you're actually going to be cutting that off anyway, but I like the security of just going over. So
Carolyn, I was just going to say, I'm a big fan of pressing seams open. I'm doing that a lot more now.
I think when you know there's a reason for it and you're not just doing it blindly, and also it helps sometimes with that if you get seams that all come together and they're really bulky.
Yeah, that as well.
I mean, sometimes that, you know, that directional thing, you get the knitting of the seams, and we'll see that in the next quilt, and that's really handy. But, you know, it's when you need it. It's using your processes as and when they're needed, as opposed to just on a whim or blindly by some rule you think you've read.
I think when we learn something brand new, we learn one method to start with, and we think that's the only method.
Yeah.
The more experience you get, you realise there are other times when you might do something different.
Exactly, because there's a reason for it. So with this one that's Stuart, it's beautifully pressed.
Is that okay?
That is very nice,
Excellent.
thank you,
Thank you,
super. When it comes to sewing the next one, you'll be able to see that I would lay that on top, and you can see my little diamonds all match up perfectly.
So it's matching these triangles that will make the seams come together where they need to be?
Yes.
That is genius.
Yeah, so it's just so you're actually using part of the feature of how you've pressed.
So no shoving pins through and trying to line things up?
I must admit, when I make these blocks, I use a pin once, and that's right at the end when I sew the two halves together, and that is it. I don't use any other pins in this. You can use pins, obviously. Sometimes I find, depending on what the pins are, they can distort what you're actually pinning.
Yes.
So. Or you could use the little clips, wonder clips, couldn't you? If you're really worried. But to be honest, they're really short seams, you know, point to point.
I think this is a genius tip. Matching up these dog ears, you might have been tempted, I would have been, to trim them off, leave them on and match them, and that's it.
Yeah, and that's it.
What are
because
you
they
waiting for,
sit
folks?
together.
This is the simplest I've ever seen this shown. I think it's brilliant.
Oh, cool, thank you.
Yeah, really cool.
What you're going to end up with then is you've got your rows. We've made our rows. So you're going to end up with a block. There you go. I needed Stuart to do that bit for me. All the seams are then pressed open again. And you just see at the end here, on these tails, you'll see I've pressed the seam open and then it just folds over and then it goes flat again. But in a minute, you'll see that we'll cut all those off. So you haven't got a problem there. It's just how it sits. So each block is going to have 6 of those, which then go together. Tell me if I need to stop, Stuart.
Oh, no, it's brilliant.
I haven't got the ear thingy. I couldn't do that. When you come to putting them together, this is 3 of them. So you would sew a pair together and then press the seam open. And then you add your 3rd one and press the seam open. And these are just long, straight seams, right sides together, raw edge to raw edge. And you can see...
Can we just take a moment to appreciate how lovely that looks from the back? Doesn't it,
You should make a back to front one, shouldn't we, when they look like that? Yeah.
I'm surprised I've never seen that quilt at festival, you know, the back to front quilt.
Yeah,
I'd like
but
to.
can you imagine?
I'd like to see that quilt. Do it.
I don't know. You do think, yeah, often, especially with sometimes actually the EPP when you've got those interesting papers as opposed to blank ones.
There's such a beauty in it.
There are some people who do work like that, but they're not big pieces. They're always smaller pieces. Yeah, I just really like the textural. But it's brave, isn't it? Making the whole thing and using it inside out.
Yeah. Let's see who does it first, you or me.
Well, I'm happy to watch. I'm happy to watch there, Stuart. So you're going to make half a block, and you make 2 of those.
Yep.
And then when it comes to putting them together, this is where I'm going to use my pin. I've got one here that needs trimming that isn't. Let's find the middle seam. So this one's been put together, but I'll show you on here where I put my pin. So this is the big horizontal seam all the way across the centre. And when I put the 2 pieces together, right sides together, the area that you're going to pin, or what you're going to pin, is, let's show you on this single one first. If you get in really close up, we're all like leaning in. I don't know who the close-up person is with the camera. You can see this seam where it meets the other seam. And that, if you stick your pin through there, is the point on the front.
Just a second.
Okay.
We can find that there. I see exactly where you're pointing. Yeah.
All right. And so if we go back to sort of where that was, they'll all be cursing me, won't they, in the little TV room? So it's this point and then into the point on the opposite side. Gotcha. So when the pin goes in, it's here. And then
you put that through kind of straight. Like
straight through, and then I will, because you've got more area on here to pin it, I pin into the larger area. And again, it's perpendicular to the seam, and that way you can keep that pin in there right up until your machine stitching gets there, as opposed to if you pin things parallel to your seams, you know, you have to take the pin out miles ahead.
Sure.
Then what you've got secured together is actually like coming undone.
Shifting, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, perpendicular, and then give it a good press, and you press the seam open.
It's just beautiful. Lovely.
There we go. And then that is ready to actually trim and then put your setting rectangle triangles on.
Great. So from that step then, you've made your block.
Yes.
You said that you trim the triangles off.
Yes.
At the edges.
Yeah, we give it a haircut.
Do you mind just showing us how to do that?
Here we go.
Because I mean, that really does complete the work.
Well, it is. It's like, yep, and there we go. And then I've just got my triangle-y square things to go on the corners. So when you come to trimming, the first thing you can see is if you put the side of the block on a vertical line on the cutting mat, you can see that these diamonds are in line on that line.
Well, yours are, Carolyn. I don't know whether mine would be.
They will be. It is pretty forgiving, actually. I mean, there are days when I've had a bit of a hiccup with it, and I'm just like, really, never mind. Okay. So you put your ruler on top, lining it up with those straight lines, and then basically...
Oh, just like that.
And that's it.
Ace.
So that's one side. When you get to the next side, you'll realise you've got your long diamond here, but obviously it's disappeared up there. So what you do is this area here, where you can see the end of that seam comes to the raw edge of the fabric. That is the bit that lines up with the actual line of the cutting mat.
Oh, I see literally where the two fabrics are sewn together.
Yeah, literally. You don't have to eyeball anything. It is literally where that sewing line meets that line, that vertical line here. And so then... So then you can see your hexagon start to come into being. So yeah, you just rotate round. And And again, it's all in the pattern instructions.
Fabulous.
Take that away. It's like everything,
Really
isn't it?
cool.
Doesn't it look better after a haircut?
Really cool. I love it. I love it.
There we go.
You're loving it at home too? The pattern's flying out. Gorgeous. What a scrap buster. Get a kit. If you want to do a cave version, fabulous. We've got kits. Also, have a look online, on our website. Pick up a strip roll or a jelly roll. Choose your favourite designer. But you could also do this with fat quarters.
Yeah, it's all right. There's me trying to get organised now. There's Stuart prompting me with interesting points to discuss. Yeah. I mean, when I started it, I did it with fat quarters.
Yeah.
It was just like, well, I've got these bits. I need to cut this many diamonds out. I'd worked out that you would get 6 out of a length. So I worked out that if you want 24, you need 4 strips, 2.5 inches. So you can cut those out of your fat quarters. When you buy the bundles and you've got sort of 4 or 5 in there.
Yeah.
Brilliant starting point for you to use those. So, yeah, I would do that.
So once you've trimmed your whole hexagon, you've got some half rectangle triangles.
I have, and what I am going to do, I was debating then, you could see my train of thought was like, there's Stuart asking me really simple questions, and I'm like, whoa, well, that needs some thought. Finish giving it a haircut. Because literally I'd nearly done it. And at this last one, you'll notice you've got no big long diamond down here to match up. So again, it's that rule where we're looking at our seam. It hits the vertical line, and again, up here as well. So you don't need the big diamond. Now it's the last side, and you are going to cut that off. What you're going to do next is you're going to make it into, I say a square, but then it isn't a square. It is slightly rectangular, So
Carolyn, Christmas is coming. That layered, quilted and bound. There's your Christmas placemats.
Yeah.
1 per guest. Beautiful. It's like a snowflake.
Well, it is. It's just such a scrummy block. It really is. And for me, it just shows off whatever fabrics you want to feature. So for me, even though the cream is the star and this is the background, but it's featuring it, and it's showing it off, because this is one of my favourite cave prints in the colours. I love this little, I don't know what they're called.
The guinea flower.
Oh, there you go. Well done.
It happens to be my favourite,
which
is why I know the name.
So, and you can really see that in there. It's not lost.
Yep.
So I do think sometimes when the colours are so rich and the prints are so fun, you don't want to lose it. So, I mean, you could go completely more cave or feature more fabrics and make it different looking by adding another fabric for those last points.
Yeah.
Like I've used the cream.
Yeah.
Which is round here as well. But there's nothing to stop you thinking, oh, right, actually, I want to make a more dramatic star.
Do print.
Yeah. So you could make this more intense looking, basically, by, instead of having that one triangle at the end of each unit. So I've tidied myself into a...
Don't tidy.
Don't tidy. It never works, does it? When you've got that single unit and we're laying them out, when I put that last triangle on the end there, use a different colour. Use 6 different prints. You've got, there's scrappy and scrappy.
There is.
Use 6 different prints in there from your little tiny baby scraps. I just like this so much. These corners, so again, we're used to probably, our half square triangles. These are actually cut from rectangles, and again, it'll give the size of the rectangle, I want to say it's 9 by 5. I've got a statistic, I'm going to hang on to that. Actually remembered a number. Let's hope that's right. And I've cut the rectangle, so when you're cutting it, you're basically, there we go. You've got your rectangle and you're cutting it diagonally in half, so you can see you've got your 2 pieces, and you'll need 4 for each hexagon. Now, the nice thing about using the solids for this, to be honest, when I was doing the mock-ups for this and the samples, was that because this is solid, you don't have to worry about doing the reverse of a print, or you not worry, because it'll happen automatically if you layer the fabric up wrong sides together. But because this is a solid, you can just use these any side you want. So
if you're using a patterned fabric, you'd have to cut one pair that way and one pair the other. Give you your 4 sides. If
I was using a patterned fabric, I would have cut it from the width of fabric, and so it would be wrong sides together. And so basically, if you keep the fabric wrong sides together and cut the rectangle exactly like this, you will automatically get your left and your right, your front and reverse. So it happens automatically. But I know if you're using smaller pieces of fabric and they're not double, then you have to remember to cut one at one angle and one at the other, or flip the fabric over.
Amazing.
So this is like a complete get out for all that, because it's a solid.
It works so well. It's been an amazing hour. Thank you, Carolyn. Looking forward to your second hour already. But we do have to go to a break now. Where does the time go? I don't know. It's nearly Christmas, guys. Listen, after the break, I'm joined by Sasha Fancy. We're going all Bohemian, another lovely quilt. Again, don't go anywhere. Maybe make a little cuppa at this junction, and I'll see you in about 3 or 4 minutes.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The SewingStreet gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the SewingStreet website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The SewingStreet gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with SewingStreet couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our SewingStreet app. Simply head over to your app store and search SewingStreet. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Did you know at SewingStreet that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the SewingStreet website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with SewingStreet.
I'm joined by the fabulous Sasha Fancy. Welcome.
Hello.
Great to see you. How are you?
It always smells so good.
Oh, thank you. Just had a sausage roll. No, it wasn't that.
It wasn't a sausage roll.
Sasha, this quilt is so beautiful.
Isn't it stunning? And what a size as well.
Yeah.
Isn't it a really, really good size?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously this hasn't got borders or anything on it. It's just the quilt top. So we can just tell you, am I on? No.
No, we're not on at the moment. We'll sort that out. Don't worry, Sasha. Gorgeous size. The quilt itself without borders is 52 inches by 66 inches. It's called Wanderlust, and this one is done in this gorgeous Bohemian palette. Love these fabrics,
again.
Sasha. Hello again. Loud and clear. Love these fabrics.
They are stunning. They are
Beautiful. Let me show you these gorgeous fabrics that you get. So there's a little bit of this gorgeous kind of vanilla mottle. You're getting 7.5 meters in total. A meter of this, a meter of this. You get a meter of this one. How
I love
gorgeous
these. I
is that?
absolutely adore these ones. This and the next one,
Oh.
just an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, that is stunning. A metre of this. So you're getting metres of all of your feature prints. Half a metre of that cream tonal gives you your 7. No, I'm wrong. We've got 1 metre, 1 metre, 1 metre, 1 metre, 1 and 1. So that's 6. And that's half a metre. So that's 6.5
meters.
Okay, is it 6.5 meters? It's 6.5 meters. Okay, 6.5 meters. Let's have a look at the pattern. 6.5. It's 6.5. Yeah, it's 6.5. Okay, we'll make an adjustment there. Still incredible value, that. $96.99. It's been priced at the correct meterage, by the way. It was just a little error on the title there. These are beautiful.
They are, and they have been an absolute pleasure to work with. You know, sometimes you get a fabric bundle through the post and you get so excited to work with it. And this, I think it doesn't matter whether you are a beginner, whether you are more advanced, it's a really quick, nice, easy quilt to put together. Now, we're obviously working in rectangles. Now, from a beginner's point of view, if you've only done squares, it's quite a nice thing to advance onto.
Yeah.
Before maybe you haven't got the confidence there to be going on to triangles and things like that yet, but you want to do something a bit more challenging, you want to do something a bit bigger. This is lovely.
Yeah, and I think as well, it looks more than the sum of its parts.
It does, it really does. And I think it's almost got that Bargello round the world feel to it.
Yes.
I'm loving the fact that we're going from the lighter to the middle, which is your darker contrast, back out to your lighter again. And it just works beautifully. And I think it's one of those as well, that once you've got the idea, once you're getting this fabulous pattern as well.
Free, completely free, the pattern.
Completely free. And it's a really nice in-depth pattern. Really, really nice. I think it's one of those quilts that you're going to go back to time and time again, because once you've done the cutting, the actual putting it together is really easy.
Fabulous.
Really
and you're going to show us how today anyway.
I'm going to show you how to
really great value. You get 6.5 meters of fabric, 6 different feature fabrics. These are all fabulous. They've got a bit of a boho garden vibe to them. You've got that gorgeous cream mottle there as well, just to help give a bit of lightness and a bit of contrast in there as well. But other than that, it's all those beautiful pattern fabrics. Plus your free pattern, the finished quilt is 52 inches by 66 inches. But if I show you that after making that quilt top that's behind us, Sasha had this left over. Now, these are quite, I know you can't see how much fabric, but these are quite sizable chunks.
They are.
Of fabric. If you wanted to make the quilt bigger, if you wanted to add a border, you absolutely can. And you're certainly going to get your binding out of that in spades.
Definitely. You are going to get your binding out of there. Now, obviously, if you wanted to do a really nice, maybe you wanted to do a strippy border. Maybe you wanted to do, like, say, 6-inch long strips, something like that. You'd be able to do your borders really easily with this. Or again, you might just want to frame it in more of this cream. And I know that this Macawa cream, we stock it.
Yeah,
so
great.
We stock it,
Fantastic.
So you can go back and get more of that if you need to.
Yeah.
But it is just a beautiful, beautiful quilt.
Yeah, it's lovely. Really nice. So that's our first option in a kit. You can't buy the pattern on its own, I'm afraid. I know some of you are asking. The pattern is free. The pattern is free. So you're getting this whole fabric bundle, 6.5 meters of fabric for £96.99. Ben, what does that mean we're paying per metre for the fabric? £96.99 divided by 6.5. Sorry, Ben. Ben was about to do something else, which I'll tell you in just a second.
Taken over. No point in
96.99 divided by 6.5. Great, perfect. £14.87 a metre. It's fabulous. Great value.
Really nice
743 and a half
weight
metre.
as well.
Yeah.
You can really feel it in there.
Yeah,
It really
brilliant.
is. And the fact that you're getting these leftover pieces, maybe you like the quilt that size. Maybe you just want to put your binding on it, absolutely fine. You could make some matching cushion covers.
Yeah, you could.
You could take this design quite easily, make it smaller, make some, a little topper to go over the top of the sofa, cushions, that sort of thing. You've got plenty left over.
And also as well, if you're a more experienced quilter, this is the kind of quilt you could make in a weekend. And I'm talking quilting and binding it as well. So if you're gifting something, we were talking yesterday about wedding quilts and sometimes the unbelievable amount of time that people spend on wedding quilts. And actually, a quilt is an amazing gift.
It is. It is.
A quilt is the gift.
Yeah.
What kind of quilt you've done, for most people, it doesn't matter.
No. And I
This
think
would be the
is-
most amazing gift.
And it's a really, really good size. Like
Yep.
I keep saying, you know, it's not a
52
lap
by
quilt.
66.
It's a really good size, but also the fact that the colours, doesn't matter what gender, everybody's going to love that.
Yeah, for sure.
It really, really is beautiful. It's a beautiful weight cotton.
I tell you what I'm loving, Sasha. Ben has only just gone and put this quilt kit on split pay. So now, instead of spending £96.99, you can get this home £32 and pence. £32 and change, 33 pence today to get the quilt kit home. Spread the cost, loads in baskets. It is a beautiful, remember, you're not paying for the pattern. So if you're looking at this and thinking, I want to make a Bargello quilt out of it, I want to make a star quilt, you absolutely can. You're not paying for the pattern.
No.
You're not really paying full retail price for the fabric either. It's very, very good value, very keenly priced. Grab it while you can.
And
right.
I promise you will come back to that pattern time and time again. Oh, you will come back to it
100%.
time and time to do it with lots of different fabrics.
Now, talking of different, my Cafe lovers, check this out. This is all, look at the price though, $79.99. Ben, you've already put it on split pay, well done. 2 split pays on this one because it's $79.99. That is an incredible price for a 52-inch by 66-inch quilt kit. Half the stock's in baskets already. Look, you've got a whole metre. Oh my goodness, I just want that. How beautiful. Look at your coordinates. This is going to be incredible. Absolutely amazing. Hello, how's that for a pop of delicious colour? Did someone say delicious? More of that, thank you very much. And rosy pink, this is stunning. And then half a metre of your cream mottle, plus your free pattern. Now that is an absolute
delight,
isn't it?
It just is. If you're feeling the whole, it's gloomy outside, it's a little bit, this. You are just going to absolutely adore working with this.
Well, do you know what? My right hand, Deputy Joan, gets back from her Caribbean cruise in 11 days.
Oh.
A month. And is going to be feeling the cold. She loves Cafe. This, what a welcome home gift.
It is. And
for Deputy Joan.
It's at such an affordable price. You know, what you have to remember, you'll get 6.5 metres of fabric here.
Yeah.
You know, some of these are Cafe and they are just
divine.
It has a feel to it, doesn't it?
It does.
Fabric. It has a feel to it. And it really is the most beautiful, beautiful colourway.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. This is flying out. Everything I've got is in baskets and more besides. You're really, really quick on your checkouts today. Well done. That's great. That's great. But it does mean that you could easily miss out on this kit because sometimes lots linger in baskets. Today is not that day.
Oh, look at that.
These are amazing fabrics. These are your 3 Cafe. Way more in baskets than we've got. I've got less than teens left. 23 in baskets. These are your blenders. Now, these have been really beautifully matched up. I think that is stunning. You've got your cream. And then look at that one. It is like being on a Caribbean cruise, even if you're in cold and icy Redditch.
Oh, and just making this quilt up, like you say, in a weekend, really, really quick.
Yeah.
Getting it all quilted, bound, all ready, and then you can be snuggled up under this.
I love that.
You know, the fact that every time you look at this, it is going to put that smile and that feeling of warmth into you.
Yeah, and Sasha, I was talking earlier on about the sort of psychology of some colours that actually make you feel warmer, and this does for me.
It does. There are certain fabrics, there are
Single
certain
figures.
ways, and when I look at them, when I look at quilts that I've made, wall hangings that I've made, you know, you just smile.
Yeah.
And this is one of those
Oh,
quilts
yeah.
where you are just, and also everybody is going to be like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, exactly. But it's a clever pattern, beautiful fabrics. Nobody's going to look at that and say, beginner quilt.
No.
first quilt, but it could easily be your first quilt.
Could easily. I mean, as I say, most people start off on squares, things like this. The instructions, for a free set of instructions,
Yep.
they are very in-depth.
Yeah.
Even explaining binding. It's
proper pattern.
You know, it's an actual proper pattern. It is a booklet-style pattern, really good pictures in there. And the fact that you can go through this step by step, which I like for a beginner, I really like that. So again, you know, be brave. Or even if you think, well, I love it, but I'm not quite there yet, treat yourself to a me Christmas present.
Totally agree. 30 of you with this in your basket. I have got 4 left. You're going to have to be ever so quick. If you want the Cafe, the Philip Jacobs, the gorgeous mottles, and your free pattern for $79.99. It's even on 2 split pays. What are you waiting for? Just grab the last couple. They really are about to sell out. Now, if you want the first kit, Boho, this is on 3 split pays. If you've never used a split pay before, it is literally an option you choose. It's a box you click as you're checking out. If you want split pay, you've got it. You pay exactly the same price, or sometimes a penny less than the full price. And it's just taken out of your bank account automatically each month. You make 1 payment today of $32.33. You'll get the kit home in about 5 days with your free pattern as well. The next payment will come out on the same day next month, and the final payment the month after that. You don't pay interest.
No worries.
And no credit checks either. You don't have to make a phone call. It's just a box to tick. This is flying out too. I think the fact that you're getting 6.5 meters of this beautiful fabric and a free pattern is wild. Brilliant. Sasha, what can you show us, please?
Well, we're gonna go through the pattern a little bit. Now, what I did want to, yeah, of course. What I did want to explain is obviously this pattern, when you open it up, you'll see these amazing.
It's a great looking pattern.
It's a great looking pattern, but it is in conjunction with the first lot of fabrics.
Understood.
Okay, so when you get this, don't think, oh, but these are the fabrics.
Different
I bought the
fabrics.
case fabrics and I've still got the pattern. Do not worry, okay? Do not worry about that. What I did, the first thing that I do, and this is how easy it is to change a pattern. So if you wanted to remake this time and time again, I look at my fabrics. I tend to take a photograph of them. I turn that photo into black and white because I like to see that contrast. Really easy to do on smartphones. And then I work out, so I want this to be my fabric A. This is going to be my fabric B. And I do put stickers on.
Got you.
Because of my, and I put it out there all the time, because of my ADHD and my bipolar, I'm a very visual person.
Okay.
So I like things to be organised because if not, I get a little bit overwhelmed.
It's very calming to have things ordered, isn't it?
Yeah, because I know that if I do make a mistake and cut something wrong, you have got plenty of fabric. Don't worry, okay? Don't worry.
You had a gorgeous little bundle of fabric
Exactly.
left.
So this is my fabric
Nothing wrong with
D,
that.
and then I've done it as my fabric E,
Lovely.
my fabric F, and last but least is my fabric G.
I love that. And Sasha, I suppose the thing is, looking back at this, you've got your cream in the same place
Exactly.
in both quilts. You've got that cream.
Exactly.
So actually, this is just playtime.
It is just playtime. And you can just go if you wanted to. The only reason I've done it, I like to keep my cream, like you say, as where the cream is on there. I quite like the light and dark contrast. So that's how I decided that I was going to do mine.
Ace.
Now,
Cave bundle has sold out, by the way. Still a few of the Bohemian version if you want that. Remember, it's on 3 split pays, so $32.33 to get it home.
so you will see, again, I carry this on to how I am. Everything gets A.
Sure.
B, my pile of C.
So rather than kind of sewing in strips and chopping up, you're cutting individual rectangles.
No, I'm going to show you how I got there.
Yep.
And then that's my F and that's my G. Okay, so I cut my, and you will see in here, really, really great instructions as well.
Yeah.
It will tell you what to cut exactly, okay? It will tell you that you want 3 strips, and then it tells you the next sequence as well. So we are going to just very, very quickly. So I've cut my strip in the length that I need. I'm just trying to find my ruler and my rotary cutter.
Ah.
Hang on, I will bear with. There we go. Thank you. So again, I'm going to make sure that everything's all there, we're all okay, and then I am going to start. And I do the strips and then subcut.
Yeah.
And I will do each fabric, okay? I don't just say, right, I'm going to do one of that strip, one of that strip, one of that strip.
Right.
I will do 3 of that, if it wants 5 of that, 6 of that. And I will do it all and cut them and label them.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that works for you.
Yes,
It's just how my brain, how I do it.
I like the fact, though, that you end up with individual rectangles, because then you can play with the placement.
Exactly.
Even if you've got an original idea, sometimes just walking around it, you think, what would happen if?
Completely.
Like, if I swapped C and B round, would that change the look a lot? It might, and you might love it more.
I quite like playing with that whole colour thing. You know, I know that we moan about phones and things like that, but when it comes to work that we do with colour, we need to see that contrast, and it works really, really well to be able to see that.
Do you find as well, like sometimes I find it when I look at a picture of a quilt that's hanging behind me in a monitor, I see more than standing in front of it looking straight at it.
Definitely. I love working and doing 3D quilts, but literally every time I do a block, every time I do something, I'm there with my camera, because you see it completely different through a camera lens. And we see it at places like Festival of Quilts, with quilts that are actually up on display. When you actually see it, and you think, oh, I can't quite work out, and then somebody have their camera up, and you're like, whoa, oh my goodness. And it gives it that depth.
I've even had it where we've been like friends, we've all looked at the quilts, taken pictures, and then we get back together again. And people will show me a picture of a quilt, and I'll say, oh, I didn't see that one. And then I realise that I did see that one, but it looks so different in the picture.
Yeah, exactly that. Right,
so we're all cut out.
We're all cut out. And you are going to follow the pattern step by step. What I love about this pattern, yes, obviously the blocks are obviously to do with the Bohemian fabric, but all you're going to have to worry about is your letters, okay? So first thing I like to do is to also lay out what I'm actually doing. So we're going a G, we're going an E, we're going a...
Are we quilting by numbers?
D, it's all, isn't it great?
Yeah.
We are going another E. Now this is, and again, the reason I do this row by row is because
so the last one was E.
Right, hang on.
4 was
so
E.
we have got a G, we have got an E, we have got a D, we have got a
Another
E, then we have got a
G, cream.
Got another G.
Thank you.
And then we're doing another E. Then we're doing another D. Then we're doing a C.
Oh, love that pop of green.
I love it. It's great.
It's Kermit green, isn't it? Halfway up the stairs, the stairwell
Then
I
we've got
shared.
an F. Then we've got A. And this is where it gets fun, because you start getting 2 of these prints together. Right, let me just move Larry out the way. That one is an A. Then we've got a B. Then we have got another A and another B.
Move them along very slightly just to give you a little bit more room. You see, and you don't have to worry about laying out the whole quilt.
No, we're not
There
going. We are not going to lay out the whole quilt. We are going to
one
do
row.
one row by one row, because as you can see, that is an awful lot of fabric and colour. And if the wind blows or you walk past it or something happens, okay. The other thing that I like to do, because again, it's me. So I will put on here row 1,
Yep.
left.
Yes.
And then can you pop
Yeah,
that
of course I will.
on
Thank you.
my first one?
Yeah.
I then know that that is my row 1, that is the left-hand side, and that is the top of my quilt, because some people won't be able to hang it up long ways.
Yeah.
At least this way, when they pick up the strip, they will then know that that is their first row and that is the top of it.
Pays to be organised, and this makes it so easy and achievable. Now, I've got about 20 kits left, that's all. Way more in baskets. If you want the Bohemian Blooms, that's the one hanging behind us. I think this would fit in just about any traditional or modern interior. It's got a really lovely, fresh look. You know what?
Oh, hang on, we haven't got any thread in the machine.
I might not even... Can we get us some thread, please, for Sasha?
Can we get some thread, please?
I might tie this quilt rather than quilt it.
Oh,
Little
that would be...
ties.
Can you imagine a really nice, rich cream?
Yep.
Antique vanilla colour,
Yep.
and tie that. Oh, and if you haven't done that before, that is a really lovely way of doing. That would be really good, actually. Something.
Lots of
totally different.
options. Lots of options.
And I quite like big quilting as well, especially at this time of year. I like that hand stitching.
Yeah.
I quite like that.
Big stitches. While we're getting some thread for Sasha, I'm just going to mention wadding. You do need some wadding for your quilt. We've got my favourite, which is 80/20. Now, you've already been shopping ahead on your 80/20. It is absolutely gorgeous. What have you bought? 15 units, 7.5 metres. That's a big quilt. But also, we're in peak quilting season.
Yeah.
This is the time when we're like, oh, I made those tops in the spring or in the summer. I need to get them quilted now. So good time. £6.99 per half metre. This is 244 centimetres in width. Which, Sasha, what's your quilt math like?
Right, sorry, I was just thinking.
Sorry, 244 centimetres. What's that in old money?
So that's about, it is 120 inches nearly.
Is it?
Yeah, so it's
120?
nearly 3 metres wide.
Amazing.
And this is the one that I always go for, because I love the fact that it is nearly that 120 inches.
96.
Is it 96?
96.
So you're still, yeah, you're 3 metres. So you are looking at 2 really good, if you were to go for like 3 metres, you'd get 2 good double
Two good
size.
size quilts.
You would.
Yeah, definitely. Brilliant. You've been shopping very, very fast on this. It is 80% cotton, 20% polyester, great for stocking up on, so you've got wadding. You know, I always say to people, the thing that makes your UFO into a finished quilt is the layering and the quilting. If you've got your wadding and your backing fabric stashed ready, while you are still riding high on, I finished the top. Next step, layer it. If you've got to wait for a week or 3 weeks before your wadding and backing arrive, the moment's passed, you'll have moved on to another project. Have your wadding and your backing in stock and you will just jump straight in there. Okay, that's your wadding. The other thing I'm just going to mention as well is, very excited about this. You know I love Best Press. We've got 2 brand new scents. We're going to start with the Tea Rose Garden. Now, I've got a special dispensation to take the sticky seals off the top so that I can have... That is like walking into a flower shop. It is sweet, it is floral. It's just gorgeous. This is the tea rose garden. So it really is like being in a shop full of roses. So gorgeous. This is your 499 milliliter bottle.
That smells wonderful.
Have you had a little sniff?
No,
Go on,
I
have a
can
little.
smell. I can smell.
Isn't it pretty?
And it's fresh.
Yeah.
It is,
Gorgeous.
it's lovely.
Absolutely lovely. I just bought myself 3 big bottles of Best Press, but I'm going to have to buy one of each of these now.
This is the one that I'm looking forward to.
Oh, yeah. It makes ironing almost fun. Right. Be quick on these because these will sell out. Straight up. This is peaches and cream. Peaches and cream. Peaches and cream. Let's have... Oh.
That's good.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it?
Oh, and it's not over the top either.
No, they're not over the top, but they are deliciously scented. That is fresh, ripe peaches with a splash of cream. Yes, please. That sounds like Sunday tea. My uncle used to get a piece of fruitcake and mash it into his peaches and cream as well.
Oh, I can see. Yeah, I can see.
I could never understand why. My mum always used to look at me and say, he's from Sheffield and just
But I
like
don't
this.
understand the whole fruitcake and cheese.
That's a northern thing.
Is it?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, see, I don't
Oh,
understand the
don't do
fruit. You don't? No. I mean, I do like a nice bit of coastal cheddar. or
Yeah,
nice
cheddar
French
is one thing.
But I don't think the whole Christmas cake with...
It's so pretty. It's so pretty. I'm not even going to say which one is my favourite because you know I won't pick. I love them both. I'm having them both. Oh, they are absolutely gorgeous.
I will.
The pair.
This one's my favourite.
Such pretty colours as well. They're brand new today. Never smelt those before. Absolutely gorgeous. Thank you for that moment, Sasha. I just
it's lovely.
had to get that out of my system.
It is lovely. It is very nice.
So what do we do next?
So I'm joining them together.
You're away.
And I'm joining them together in pairs, and then I join them together.
Do you like me to do your ironing while you sew?
Do you mind?
Don't
And
let
can
me
we-
just stand here doing nothing, Sasha.
So we're going to be pressing the seams, whatever way you do it,
Yeah.
or one strip, stay with it.
All going that way. That's
Okay,
fine.
and
Yeah.
then the next row, we're going to do them all that way.
Perfect, so they
Because,
nest.
So they nest, so they're having a snuggle.
Yep.
Okay, they're having a little cutch. They're happy.
Love it.
Because normally what we would suggest is obviously you would press towards the dark side.
Yep.
Because we don't want any of that shadowing. But with this, and because you have got all of the rows, you want them to lay really, really nice. So I like to do all of mine going to the right and then all of them going to the left.
Perfect.
And again, you can see how quickly this comes together. Now you're going to be using 1/4 of an inch, or if you haven't got a 1/4 of an inch foot, whatever you choose to use, obviously make sure that you are consistent right the way through your quilt.
Got you. While we are doing a bit of sewing and pressing, can we just flash up the Best Press Strawberry, the Tea Rose Garden, please? Just want to let you know what we're doing stock-wise.
That is a wonderful smell.
Setting that seam as well.
Yes, definitely.
Loads and loads in baskets.
And do you know the other thing that I like about this as well?
Go on.
Especially with the original range, the Bohemian range, the rectangles and the way you cut them, it doesn't matter about directional fabrics. If you are using directional fabrics, they will all be up the right way. So like my birds, they're all up the right way. My flowers are all up the right way.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes people struggle when things are upside down, and sometimes you can't help it. Sometimes you can't help it.
No.
And so you will just, and then you have one left, which we will pop on the end of this.
I do think this is one of the benefits, though, of cutting individual rectangles and then placing them, because you can turn and twist. If you sew long strips together and then chop up,
Exactly that.
that can get you into trouble.
And it's actually advised on here to not do that. Okay.
Is it
I'm just
the
going to pop this one
pink
on.
one at the very end?
Yeah, I'm just going to pop this one on.
Ah, gotcha. No problem.
So it is advised that you do it rectangle by rectangle, not strip together and then. And again, it's one of those things that, you know, you might find as a more advanced sewer that you can make it even quicker, joining all your strips together. And that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, Philly
You know,
boots.
it's whatever way that you choose to do it.
Yep.
But for today, we're going by the pattern.
Yeah, totally agree with you. I'll do me, you do you. I always say that to my classes.
There's
you know.
no quilt police. Nobody's
Well,
gonna
there's one or two people that are self-appointed.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to come and knock on the door. I promise you they're not
Unless
going
you're
to knock
your
on the door.
sister-in-law. And then she might.
Right, and we're going to then go for
Cool.
2.
I always say the quilt police do exist, but their words only matter if you let them.
Yeah, and I find it really, really sad. You know, unfortunately, we're in this generation where people think, whether it's online, whether it's wherever, that their opinion counts.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, it's great for everyone to give an opinion. And I always think, but if it's nice.
Yeah.
You know, we're our own worst enemies. We are all our own worst. And I'm, you know, I'm terrible when someone says, "Oh, that's absolutely beautiful." Well, have you seen that bit? have you seen that bit where it didn't quite line up?
Yeah.
And it's like, why have I done it? Because you
Nobody, I was ready to clap.
You know?
I know. We were talking about that yesterday in my quilt class with Shrewsbury quilters.
Oh, hello, guys.
And we were talking about that, you know, and how it's show and tell. You know, you lift your quilt up and everyone's ready to give you a cheer. And you say, "Oh, don't look at this star block over here. I made a right mess of this." And of course, that's all you can look at then.
And that's all you can see, whereas you would, yeah. And I think that's quite why it's quite nice sometimes when things go wrong on TV. Mm-hmm. Because we all make mistakes.
We do.
We all
do.
make mistakes. And,
Yes.
you know, it's, yeah.
Yeah, it's true enough. It's true enough.
You know, he's very good at pressing.
Thank you. It's not
Very
my
good.
first rodeo.
Very, very good at pressing.
You know, I think it's a bit like dressmaking, isn't it? It's one of the unsung heroes of success in quilt making,
it is.
pressing.
It is. And we all hate to say, I always say there are two things. You're pressing
Yeah.
and you're cutting.
Yep.
Okay, if you can get your cutting right and you can really get preciseness
Yep.
and you'll press it, you're there.
Yeah.
You're there. Right, so now we are going to start getting this straight. Now, can you see how quickly, I mean, we've been chatting as well, but can you see how quickly the rows
the
come
whole
together?
row.
Are you a methodical sewer? Would you lay out or would
Oh,
you
yes.
just, you do?
Oh, yes.
So it's
And
not
I'm
just me then?
No. If I'm making a block, I lay the whole thing out on a cutting board next to me and I pick up the patches and I sew two together and I put them back where they came from.
Exactly.
And then I pick up the next. My days of running everything through like a factory are over.
Yeah, no, I like to, one, enjoy what I'm doing, but also it is a case of, and it's true, isn't it? Cut once, check twice, and enjoy.
Yeah.
You know, like you say, we've been doing this TV thing now for quite a long time. And I used to put so much pressure on myself to get everything, you know, 20 samples of everything. And it doesn't have to be an absolute stressful, you know, you don't have to worry.
No,
Don't have to
absolutely.
worry. Just enjoy it, just enjoy the process. And I think if I can go line by line, I am not going to make any mistakes. That's the other thing.
Yes.
You know, I'm not going to get into a fluster, pick up the wrong fabric. I even check. I even like to check what we're doing, you know.
Totally agree. And look, there we've got
So we have got
row one.
our row one, which is, and can you see how they're going to look completely different?
Yeah.
Completely
really can.
different.
Yeah.
So
It's going to be fabulous.
What I'm going to do is I'm just going to hang this on here. I don't suppose you've got another pin there, have you?
Not on me.
Hang on, I got Larry. It's all good. Really? You haven't got
I know, I know. I used to walk around with them pinned into my shirt, and then I managed to stab myself so many times.
I was going to say, or everybody wants to hug you.
Yeah. Yes. Not everybody, but a lot of people.
Right, so that is row 1. Is
Yep.
that going to be okay up there, or
Yeah,
are they going to
fine.
shout at me?
Ah, that's great.
I'm going to start on row 2.
Let's do it. Let's
Right.
do it.
So we are going, if I pass them to you, are you okay?
You got the pattern or have I got the
I've
pattern?
got the pattern.
Okay, great.
So we are going an E,
An E, please, Bob.
a G,
Could I have a G, please, Bob?
another E.
Do you remember Blockbusters? Always getting a little bit countdown. Could I have 2 from the top and 3 from the bottom?
Oh, it is, isn't it?
Yes.
We've got a B,
Could I have a consonant, please, Carol?
and then we've got
And
a
an-
vowel,
And a vowel. That's
got an E. then we've got a D.
I hope you're ready for when I hit the timer. You've got to try and make the longest word you can.
Diddle-diddle-diddle-diddle.
What have we got currently? I'm hoping you're writing this down. We've got E, G, E, B, E. Are you thinking of a word now? Eggabud. I've made egg. I've made egg. I've got 3 letters.
We have got a C. We have got a F. We've got an
Fabulous.
F. We have got another C.
Another
I'm loving
C.
that green. We've got a
So far, I've got 2 eggs.
B. We are doing an A. We have got another F and another A.
Okie dokie.
See, now look at that on the end.
Yeah, amazing.
That's going to be a great row.
Right, you've got 30 seconds. Make the longest word you can. Off you go.
Look at that. And again, you know, you can do this range in
Yeah.
whatever order you want.
You could.
I'm going to start piecing.
Yeah,
So can we
let's.
just check? We've got an E. We've got an E.
Yeah.
Yep.
E,
We've got a G,
a G,
an E,
an E.
a B.
Yes.
We've got another E,
Yes.
a D,
A D, yep.
a C,
Yep.
an F,
Yes.
which is that one.
Yep.
We've got
Another
a C,
Yep.
a B,
A B.
an A,
Yep.
an F,
Yeah. Yes.
and an A.
Yes.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Right.
Right. There we go.
I wonder what words they've come up with.
Whether we'll still have that at the end or not is anybody's guess. But I'm trying. Because when you hand them back to me as a pair, I think, which way do they go around? I can't remember.
Well, we're going to rip a little bit off. And we are going to go
Oh, good.
row 2,
Yep.
left.
Yes.
And again, it's probably my brain, but do you know what? It works.
Do we start? We're starting with an E, which is the
Yeah, which is
inky
the
fabric.
lilac.
Okay, great. Keep checking out for your kit. We've only got the Bohemian option. Twice as many in baskets. Now for £96.99, you're getting all of your beautiful designer fabrics. They are absolutely delicious. 6.5 metres in total. 6 1-metre cuts of all those beautiful patterns, and then 0.5 metre of that cream mottle. And did you say that it's Macawa?
Yeah, that's Macawa spray time, I think.
Gorgeous, gorgeous. For £96.99, and you get 3 split pays as well.
Which is lovely.
Is it E?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect.
Yep.
Thank you. Just
Yes.
making sure I get everything in the right order. I don't want to be the one to mess it up.
So we've got E,
Keeping my best press handy.
B, E, D. So we've got this amazing green.
I use the best press as well on my, if my pillows are looking a little crumpled, I will give them a little spritz and then take the iron just over the surface.
Just give
Oh,
them a-
lovely.
It is, isn't it? It's just so nice as a bit of a fabric refresher.
It is, it
well.
is. And you can actually use it on clothes as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, collars and cuffs on shirts especially, and it just keeps everything fresh.
And I also think as well, especially with clothing and linens and things, it does help with those as the days going on.
Oh, it does.
You know.
Yep. Yep. Towards the, is it the green as well? The green goes either side of that floral.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep. So I'm hoping we'll get the 2 rows done before we finish this morning. Oh, hang on, I'm going to put the 3rd one on there.
Okay.
Because I don't like leaving that one off.
No, fair enough.
I like to pop that one on there so I don't get anything. But as I say, normally, you know, I always say to ladies, you know, press onto the dark side, but you really want those seams to be laying really nicely.
Yeah.
So you've got this one on the end.
On the very end, yeah, smashing.
Sorry, while I lean
This,
over.
we're really cooking with gas now.
We'd have this, I reckon, if it was me and you doing it, we'd have this quilt top made in, what do you reckon, 3 hours?
Yeah,
Easily.
yeah.
It's a really, you'd get it done in a weekend as a gift.
You could. And lots of lovely creative ways that you could quilt it. But I think actually just quilting lovely diagonal lines through, and again we were talking yesterday about using that serpentine stitch on your sewing machine, elongated as a much more forgiving way of doing straight lines that of course aren't straight. So you've got that wiggle room.
I've just had a new sewing machine. And I'm a little bit anxious, a little bit nervous, but I do like to grab some calico, layer some calico up, make it into like a little calico booklet with some wadding and calico on the back, and I just go through all of my stitches. I just think it's so important. You know,
Create
the
like
ones,
a stitch Bible.
yeah, the ones that I use most often, I don't want to be trawling through, like, you know, my old sewing machine, you get to know, don't you, that I want that at 2.2, I want that at 5.5, or, you know, I just like to have all of that there noted.
Yes. Yes, agreed. And also play around with the width and the length, because sometimes you find like that perfect size for, say, a blanket stitch for a plique, and you want to write that down so that you're not always having to play around.
Exactly. And then we're going to pop the last one on here.
Against there, that's it. Lovely, quick and easy. I'm going to show you, while Sasha sews that last seam, I'm just going to show you the fabrics in the Bohemian Blooms range. Really lovely, these. Really lovely. You've got this fabulous, I'm going to open it out just a little bit so you can just see the pattern. It's yummy. You get 6 1-metre cut. Oh, bless your heart, thank you. 6 1-metre cuts of these different Bohemian-inspired, garden-inspired prints, and a really lovely, rich, but soft, isn't it?
It's a little bit vintage.
Yeah.
I think a dress in that would look
gorgeous. And then you've got your 1/2 metre of that cream tonal there. Plus you've patterned, and remember your pattern's completely free. So if you're looking at this thinking, I want to make something else, don't worry, you haven't paid for the pattern. So if you don't make that quilt with your fabric, it doesn't matter.
You will use it. You
will.
use the
Oh,
pattern,
for sure.
Definitely.
Yeah. £96.99, £32.33 on split pay if you want to go for the split pay option. And this is the gorgeous quilt. It's 52 inches by 66 inches, so really good snuggle size.
It is.
Best way of describing it, I think.
It really is. And like you say,
Is that row all done?
that's row all done. I've just got
Amazing.
2 seams for you to
Let's press it,
do.
and then we can get the 2 rows together.
And again, talking about quilting, I think that you sometimes overthink the quilting. Sometimes you need to let the fabrics do the talking, and don't beat yourself up on the quilting that you're not, you know, no, not all of us are long arm quilters. Not
Right.
all of us, you know, a lot of us have got domestic sewing machines.
Yep.
If you've got beautiful fabrics like these, you don't necessarily need really, really heavy. Sorry, I'm going to take this one down.
Oh,
a
okay.
sec. You know, you don't need those really heavy quilting designs.
No?
Like you say, I really like the vermicelli stitch on the sewing machine. I really like all of that. So just be happy with what you have at home. Right,
So we've got row 1.
and we've got row 2.
We've got row 2.
Right, so we're going to put this together, these 2 rows. So we are going to go right sides together. Look at that.
Oh, they
So what-
nest.
They're having a
Snuggle. Little cooch.
So we're going to line those up. Now that is what we mean. I don't know if you can see that.
Yep.
They just nest up together really nicely. And then we are going to start pinning. Now, I'm afraid I am a pinner. So I will go every single one and pin. Please do not try and, you know,
I know.
I know that pinning can be a bit of a pain. And, you know, if I can get away without pinning, I will get away without pinning.
Okay.
But this, you need to pin.
More accurate, yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Last few chances on this quilt kit now. There's way, way more of you have it in your baskets than we've got available, so you know the drill.
Oh,
You
don't
know
be
the
silly.
drill. Also, don't forget, we're launching 2 brand new scents of Mary Ellen's Best Press. It's that really economical 499 millilitre bottle. The Tea Rose Garden has been super popular. It's just that gorgeous flower shop smell. It's really soft and pretty.
It's fresh as well. It surprised
Very
me.
fresh.
Wasn't what I thought it was going to be.
And we've also got peaches and cream. I'm saying with an in the middle, you know, like tuna and sweet corn.
Fish and chips.
Fish and chips, yeah. I don't think they'll ever bring out a tuna and sweet corn version of Best Press, but you never know. Maybe a special edition. But this is peaches and cream.
I think I'll go for the peaches and
Oh,
cream.
I'm getting both. I hate all this, like this or that.
Well, you got
I like
me shopping
and.
this morning, didn't you?
That was you, wasn't it?
It was me. It was me.
It's gorgeous, though. So beautiful.
I went for 2.
Were you? Oh, did you?
Of the bundles.
Did
'Cause
you?
I'm one of those, I can't just buy a fat quarter anymore.
So you got my bundle? Because I didn't get one. We've run out of time, Sasha. You're going to sew that.
I'm going to sew that.
Fortunately, we've got another hour together
We
at
have.
12 o'clock.
Brand new Sasha Sews ruler.
Brand new ruler. And so many gorgeous products in that hour. You're a bit of an expert of all things Bosal, and you're going to be
am.
showing us some really innovative products.
Yeah. Some things that you've not seen before. We're going to have a play, a little bit of a giggle about it all.
Yep.
And if you've got any Bosal questions, send them in.
Email them in's the best way, and then Ben will pass them through. Brilliant. Thank you for that. It was a
Thank
wonderful hour.
you.
Right, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, Carolyn Forster is back, showing us the dynamic power of half square triangles. You won't want to miss this. Stay tuned.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet.
You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with SewingStreet.
Here at SewingStreet, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Not only is SewingStreet live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the SewingStreet app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with SewingStreet. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The SewingStreet gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the SewingStreet website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The SewingStreet gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with SewingStreet couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our SewingStreet app. Simply head over to your app store and search SewingStreet. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Did you know at SewingStreet that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the SewingStreet website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with SewingStreet.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of SewingStreet fun.
It's called SewingStreet Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the SewingStreet pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Well, this hour, I'm joined by the fabulous Carolyn Forster, back with me for another hour. Welcome back.
Back with you after spending the last hour trying to do my homework and knowing the answers to all the questions you're going to ask.
Oh, forewarned is forearmed.
Or not, as the case may be.
See ya. Welcome to the exam. This hour, welcome back, I'm glad you're here. We've got the Half Square Triangle Quilt, which I was sort of talking about as the power of half square triangles, because they are a force to be reckoned with in the world of quilting.
I just think it's one of those things that after squares and rectangles and strips, it's sort of like your next step, isn't it? Oh, how to make, you've got your half square and your quarter square triangles. But I think your half square triangles come up. Like once you know like the snazzy ways to make them, then it's just like a real bonus to your design source and your technique base.
And it's that building block which so many classic and modern quilt blocks are built from.
Yes, it can do so many different things. It can be a friend, and so hopefully, I just went completely overboard with it. And so the quilt that I did was only half square triangles. There isn't anything else in it apart from the sashing.
Brilliant.
So real.
And isn't it gorgeous? So fresh, so dynamic and diverse, but made from one of those fundamental building blocks. But Carolyn, we were talking about earlier on, everybody, and I include myself here, certainly has had a period, you may be currently in this period, where you really struggle to get them accurate and gorgeous and pointy and like they're supposed to be.
Yeah, I think you go through peaks and troughs, and I think one of the things that people worry about with them is what we all call the quilt maths. You know, if you cut a square, it's half an inch bigger than the finished size of square. So you're cool with that because it's got 1/4 inch seam allowance on all 4 sides. But with a half square triangle, I make them, or you have to cut them from squares anyway, however you stitch them. And then there's that stumbling block of the quilt math, that you have to add 7/8 of an inch to, your finished size. So it was 4 inches on a straight side, so 4 7/8 of an inch. So A, you have to peer and find that on your ruler. And B, it's like if you get that wrong, then that can lead to hiccups further down the line. So when I did this quilt, I just cut all the maths out.
Great! Hurrah! I think our first hour proved that we're both thrilled with that.
Mathsless. And I figured that instead of adding these complicated numbers, making the sizes funny that you have to cut, then people saying, oh, well, I'll just cut it a bit bigger and spending your whole life trimming them down.
Back,
Really? So I'm just like, well, look, 5-inch squares, you buy them by the multitude, beautiful charm packs. Why don't we just use 5-inch squares as the starting block and in effect, it's a big word, reverse engineer it and say, well, if I start with 5-inch squares, what are my finished size units going to be? And in essence, because of the sort of blocks we've got, it doesn't matter because they're the only things that are going together.
Yeah, there's no plain blocks, there's no other shapes.
Yeah, so there's nothing else to cut. So it's just like, well, just get on and do the simple things.
So does that mean this is both gorgeous and simple at the same time?
It is. I was going to say, you nearly set yourself up.
I know I
and
did.
Much like.
Trust me, Ben, our producer, said it in my ear.
Oh, no.
And me. Yes, there we are. Gorgeous and simple. What more do you need? Let's talk kits. I've got 2 beautiful kits, and they are absolutely gorgeous. You get 2 full charm packs. These are Moda. I've had my eye on Sun-Drenched for a while, Carolyn. I think this is an absolutely gorgeous range of soft denim blues, chambrays, little bit of sort of warm tan, this beautiful deep gold and soft cream, delicious. You get 2 full charm packs. Okay, you also, really nicely matched solids here. You get this beautiful sort of federal blue or slaty blue, gorgeous deep gold, and then you're also getting, now is that ivory, Ben? It's obscured, that's ivory. So we get ivory, we get slate, and we get gold, I believe. Yeah, really, really stunning. Now this makes the whole quilt for $69.99. That is not a mistake, that is fact. That whole quilt and your pattern and options, actually, options which I love. It's like a sort of a sampler of just some of the things you can do with this fundamental quilt block.
Well, absolutely. I mean, we've got the quilt top. I've put the centre of the quilt top together in the charm packs because I selected those ones. I think there's another colourway, but I'd always really like this, like taupe and navy and gold and this range. And it actually, once I then got stitching with it, I was like, yeah, this is why I love it. It's, yeah, they're very much my sort of the colours. So yes, I was really pleased with that. So I've got a selection of blocks. I made basically the centre blocks for the quilt. There are 4 in the centre, and then you've got smaller blocks around the outside edge. So the ones that were for the centre of my quilt, I ended up, I've made 2 versions basically. So I got a bit overexcited.
Because it's so lovely to do.
Well, it's so easy because of the process of all you have to do first is convert all those lovely squares into half square triangles.
And we're not trimming them down, we're using them as they're cut.
No, we use as is, so it's just a really simple process of A, constructing your half square triangle units, and then B, you play, literally play.
Love that.
What you've got, and you've got 2 packets, so it means you've got duplicates of colours, so it means you can go in for a bit of symmetry.
It's great for balance, isn't it?
Yeah. So I just went actually after saying when I got sent them, oh, I might have time to just do one set. Yeah. Then it was like, oh, well, if I keep going, I could just make the whole quilt all over again. So I've sort of made it twice. So I've got some.
Can we have a look at the blocks that you made, actually, please, Carolyn?
Yeah, we could go through. The ones that aren't in the quilt at the minute are. They're 4 different blocks. They've actually got different names, and I'm going to be really good and look them up so I don't get in a complete pickle. So this one's a version of a Barbara Fritchie star. So lots of like interesting names, which the whole history of the blocks I find really interesting. Just the same size block with the same units, but placed differently gets a different name. So this one here...
And that one's called what? A Barbara
That previous one was a Barbara Fritchie star.
Barbara Fritchie star?
Barbara Fritchie.
Wow.
This one is a Yankee puzzle.
Love that.
And we've got this one, so I've got my reference sheet, New England star. So... And then we've got
reeling at the Barbara Fritchie star. I spent many years claiming that what's the cake mix woman called?
Betty Crocker.
Betty Crocker. I spent years claiming that Betty Crocker chocolate cake was my old family recipe.
Okay.
You're a Betty Crocker star?
No, Barbara Fritchie. Some of the names you find out that they were usually that's quite an old one. So she was probably a political figure or someone that made the flag or something. I must admit I didn't research that one. It's a block I've made for years. You know how after a while you just forget why it's that. So, and then our final one here is. One of them was Anna's Choice. Actually,
that's lovely.
Going back. So this one, here we go, all of a muddle, Yankee puzzle. This is Yankee puzzle, and I'm going to reverse back because this is Sarah's Choice. Anna's Choice.
Anna's Choice.
Mind you, there we go. I like this because you sort of get this like, I don't know, positive and negative. Anyway, so we've got those, and then I've got the same for... blocks, again made differently.
I'll come and help you.
Remember I have to stand on my block.
Carolyn said to me earlier, because I was crashing down, she said, you can stand on the block if you want. I went, that'll look really strange.
Yeah, stand with me on the block.
I don't think you were quite prepared for how
there we
strange
go.
it would look.
There we go. So then this
Gorgeous.
is the top. Because I think this shows off really well how it looks with the blue and the gold
Yeah, it's
for the
so
post.
gorgeous.
So it's stunning. Yeah, this was why I was sort of like, wow, I could finish the whole thing. I could make many.
I think when you're doing something you're really enjoying, you do sort of like, I could just keep going.
But it isn't, it's just such a simple process because when we get into how to make the half square triangles, it was the sort of thing, there's a bit of you're drawing a line, literally, on the backs of your cream squares. And I literally would just sit and do that while I watch the telly.
Yeah.
So it's like you're not really doing it.
Sounds good.
It's just, you get all your squares cut.
I'm tempted to ask what you watch on the telly. Done it now. Dare I ask? I've got teens of this kit left. Go on.
You've got lots of those. Good.
I thought I was going to get an answer then.
Oh, what? As to what I watch on the
Yes.
telly? Okay, I watch an awful lot. And probably not. It's probably not that good for me. I watch an awful lot of American crime drama.
Love that.
I do watch a lot of English crime drama too, but I'm just like, oh, if someone's getting murdered, I'm there for it.
Do you like a bit of Vera?
Yeah,
I love a bit of
yeah,
Vera.
I've got a bit of a love-hate with her for various reasons. But yeah, I don't know.
I'm intrigued. It's Brenda Blethyn done to you.
I know, I know. But yeah, anything like that, and I'll even watch them on repeat. I mean, Poirot or any Agatha Christie, so it doesn't have to be particularly vicious,
No.
you know, but anything like that.
I'm glad to hear it, Carolyn. It's reassuring, isn't
What
it?
did
No,
you
it
say?
doesn't have to be that vicious. Good, and you're happy.
Yeah, thank
Good.
you.
Good. Vera's so under our skin in my household that we quite regularly, about anything, will say, Pet, that'll have spoiled someone's weekend. Which was a line from one of the,
Yeah.
Anyway, I digress. We've got low teens left of that gorgeous sun-drenched
Oh, low
kit.
teens. I thought you said loads of teens.
Low teens.
Low teens.
Low teens.
I understand now. Thank you.
Doesn't have to be that vicious. There we go.
Yeah, you look out for yourself.
I'm getting scared. If I go missing, just say
You'll
it.
be under
Just
a
say
quilt.
it.
I'll have quilts to wrap you in.
There's your prime suspect. Right. Here is the second quilt kit. This is called Memory Lane. And we have gone for the most soft, gentle, pretty, shabby chic.
Yeah, this is really cute, isn't it?
Lovely. Really lovely. These are those lovely kind of apple greens, rosy pinks, good bit of white, little bit of soft bluey grey, and there's your palette really. It's absolutely gorgeous. But look, all of these really stunning prints, little gingham stripes, florals, little bit Cath Kidston-y-esque, little bit.
Yeah,
Have a
definitely.
bit of Cath.
Yeah, I like that. That does appeal to me.
One of my favourite stories from Kay Fassett was, actually it wasn't from him, it was somebody said it to me. I said, oh, what's your favourite fabric design? She said, I love a bit of Kathy Fawcett. Kathy Fawcett, Kay Fassett. But she pronounced it Kathy. She was expecting a woman.
It's
Lots of us were, let's be honest.
it's difficult sometimes. I mean, I know I'm the worst at pronunciation of things. And
But Kathy Fawcett.
that's going, yeah.
Sounds like a character from Coronation
I'm sort of siding with her, but but that was obviously many moons ago. Yeah, that's cool.
Loads of lovely solid as well. You get your white this time, white solid. You get that gorgeous blush pink, and you're also getting chartreuse. And actually, I said white, and it's not, it's ivory. Ivory, blush pink, and chartreuse. Plus, of course, Carolyn's fab pattern. I love how you've put, it's almost like a sampler of what you can do with half square triangle.
Well, it is.
Yeah.
And it's that classic thing of, you could try and make them all into big blocks and just have your big blocks quilt. But I was like, but there are so many little blocks that are great for half square triangles. So why aren't they in there as well? So they work as sort sort of like just a quirky sort of border that's also got your sashing. So the whole thing, it's just, yeah, it's quite, for me, I think it's quite a cool layout. And when I did that one, that was the one that I finished, I did make another version in a similar palette that uses the same amount of triangles, but it's like a completely different look, and we'll probably have a chance to gaze at that later on.
Yeah, hope so. Yeah, I do love a sort of compendium or a visual reference of what you can do and just some of the possibilities.
Well, I just want everyone to know that it's not just one thing.
Right.
You know, like these aren't just one block. You can do this, you can do this, you can do this.
Yeah.
You can make them look different. That's why I did both the blocks, all 4 blocks, but in different colourways, because they do look different, you know, depending on how you select your fabric.
Absolutely. Now, let's get the fabulous pattern on its own. So if you've got charm packs, if you've got scraps that you can cut down to 5-inch squares, you're in business.
Absolutely.
Make your own charm pack.
Perfect.
$9.99 for the pattern, and lots of fabulous in-depth information. Remember that Carolyn Forster is the author of how many books?
Oh, do you know, written on my tombstone, I don't keep count. My husband will always say, oh, and which book number is this now? And I'll just sit there qualifying, going, oh, well, they're not all in print, you know. I don't know, I've probably written about 15 or 16. Yeah, it's a lot of quilts, isn't it? It's a lot of quilts.
I've got some catching up to do.
Come on. Yeah, but you put loads in yours. You're
do
like,
quite
there's
a lot.
me and 101 stars, there's you and 101 quilts
True
in a
enough.
book.
True
So,
enough.
you know.
Fair enough. I'll multiply the number of books by 10. Catch up.
There you are.
But the point I'm making is Carolyn is an industry expert and an author of a gazillion, let's put that figure on it, books.
Gazillion.
For a reason. You really know your stuff and you make amazing quilts. You've got loads of lovely information in here, really useful stuff that you'll use again and again and again. So grab yourself the pattern, add it into your stash. It's such a fantastic reference when you want to use up your scraps, and quite frankly, who doesn't want to do that?
Also, on another, like, yeah, you want to use your fabrics, but also if you were doing a sort of a gift-giving quilt or a charity quilt or that sort of thing, I do think this does work quite well as a group quilt type thing, when you can all have a go or all pool your fabrics and...
Yeah, definitely. Digital instructions on screen right now. $9.99 instant download. So you could be making your scrappy version or a version from, maybe you've got 1 or 2 charm packs that need using. Doesn't have to be the same charm pack, does it?
No, because sometimes you have a particular designer that you really like what they do, and you find that you've picked up one charm pack one season, and then you've picked up another one another season, but they're not the same, they're different, but they've still got that same feel.
Yeah.
Or you want to use some solids with some prints. Yeah, it just opens up like loads of, you can make your own. Or it sort of goes with what I said this morning about if you've got your design roll that's got a decaying elastic band underneath, you've had that too long, and it needs using into a quilt. At least with our charm packs, they've always got like a paper wrapper, and we haven't got. The only thing you have got is if you thumb through them too much, then they get like a deck of cards, don't they?
They do, well
so
thumbed.
Again, thumbed. So you need to, this is a perfect quilt for showing them off because, again, they're all featuring, they've all got their own space, all your prints, all your colours. You're not losing any of it, you're just showing it all off.
So with that in mind, let's go to demo.
Oh, big demo for this one. So with your cream fabric or the neutral that I've got in the background of those blocks, you've got your 5-inch squares, and literally, as I said, I will sit there on my cutting mat, on my lap, watching telly. I won't reiterate what I'm watching. And literally, sharp pencil, your favourite fabric marking pencil, diagonal line. And although it seems like, oh, how many squares have we got to do that to? It's, if you're watching something else or listening to the radio or fitting them in while you cook dinner, they're done, basically. You then pair them up quite blindly with your solid. So you can pick your solids. I've picked the gold here. It's one of my favourite ones. And then on your sewing machine, you're going to stitch and you're going to use your 1/4 inch piecing foot for this, or set your machine to your 1/4 inch seam allowance. And you're going to basically stitch either side, so like tram lines of that that's drawn line. So it does mean when we say, draw it with a fine pencil, a fine line, it needs to be fine, because if you've got a really thick line down the middle there and you're stitching next to it, your machine foot is, I don't know, a distance from the actual line.
Yeah, is it on the line, next to the line?
Exactly.
Thick line?
Whereas if you've got a fine line, so all of the mechanical type propelling marking pencils are great for this sort of thing.
Can I ask a controversial question?
Yes.
Because I love asking them.
Ask
Well,
me.
I never use this term in my patterns.
Right.
But I know a lot of designers do, and there are reasons why.
Yeah.
Scant 1/4 of an... Yeah?
Oh, shoot me now.
Yeah, here we go. Get that reaction. Whoa, what did you say? Shoot me now.
I personally... it's a 1/4 inch seam allowance. It's
Or not.
however you personally envisage it. And as long as you're consistent, everything works. So I'm never sure what scant is. I'm like, well, this is my piecing foot on, and I've got different, no doubt, you've probably got different machines, they've got different types of feet and that sort of thing. Or sometimes you use your regular foot and just have the needle move position clicked and all that sort of thing. I'm just like, well, that's it, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this whole scan thing, I'm like, I personally, I just don't know.
Do you ever use the term or in your pattern? No, I don't.
No.
Because I think if the maths is right, it's a 1/4 inch.
A 1/4 inch is a 1/4 inch.
Yeah. If it needs to be less than that, then make the patches bigger, surely.
Yeah, I just think it opens too big a can of worms for me. So it isn't a term that I use.
Interested to get your take on that.
Because everyone's like, ooh. But then you're getting down to, if you want to get down to the nitty gritty, some people say that if you press in a block all your seams in one direction, that increases the seam allowance because you're creating a little bump. So that's heightening it, so it's making the seam allowance deeper. So it means that you're making the row shorter because you're pressing them all in one direction. And other people will say...
And that does make sense.
And that does make sense.
Logic there.
But really, it's just patchwork.
Yeah.
And I'm like...
Are we overthinking this?
Are we overthinking this? Because then it goes down to which 50-weight thread do you use? Because if it's thinner, because they're slightly different gauges depending on the manufacturer, this is so nerdy, that you will end up with, again, a thicker seam allowance if you use a thicker thread.
Thicker thread and bigger needle.
And I'm just like, oh, it's a lot, isn't it?
It is a lot. It is a lot.
It's too much. I just can't go.
Fair enough. I am glad I asked, still.
Probably not, he says behind gritted teeth.
In the words of Vera, that has spoiled someone's weekend.
Yeah.
Right, moving on.
Moving on rapidly now. So we've got our tram lines and we're chopping up. Oh, and you're going to come and press for...
I certainly am. I know when I'm needed.
While we get into a pressing thing as well, and that'll talk about seam allowances. So basically, I'm using my little 12 by 2.5 ruler again, just because it's my favourite. Have I not plugged the iron in?
No.
Yeah, that helps. We need to plug the iron in. Something else was plugged.
Okay, yep. I don't know what I've just unplugged.
If the whole programme stops now, it's because we've unplugged something. So you cut through along that line. Again, if you felt this was a TV watching thing and you did it with scissors, then hey-ho, that's absolutely fine. But you're basically cutting up the centre. So each block has now got their seam allowance. And then this is pressed open.
Is it?
So I know a lot of people are like, oh, but she's got a dark fabric and a light fabric. Don't we press towards the dark? And that's okay as just sort of like a general thing that you can then, like, all rules are made to be broken sort of thing. Now, for this particular quilt, I've pressed all the seam allowances open, purely because I don't know yet how I'm going to put the blocks together.
Ah.
And if you look at the blocks behind me, you can see that there are a lot of points coming together. And if you've pressed your seams open, it gives you complete flexibility with where and how you can put your units together. And it means that you're not going to get massively bulky seams, and it's not going to be restricting you in your design process, for want of a better word, playing with the blocks, playing with the units to put the blocks together.
There is something else too that I've noticed just ironing this, or it sort of reminded me, is just how flat this half square triangle unit is with the seams pressed open.
Yeah.
There isn't that ridge on one side.
Yeah. So it's not the sort of quilt that you'd end up quilting in the ditch, because you haven't got a ditch in those places.
No.
So as you can see, if I just put them in this little simple pinwheel, it would mean that all the points coming together in the middle. We are going to start pressing in directions when we put the blocks together, but it gives us maximum flexibility, and it gives us the least likelihood of really big bulky bits. So
You wouldn't just press your joining seams open again now?
do you know, I sometimes think, yeah, perhaps we should, but really I want the best of both worlds. I sort of want these as flat as I can, and by the time I get to putting the big block together, I'm like, nope, this is fine. There isn't that much bulk there. It's not going to make any difference to the rest of the process. So I sort of, I want everything. I want my cake and eat it.
Do you want another controversial question?
Yeah, ask me a controversial question.
Loving this. We should have a jingle, Stu's controversial question time.
Yeah.
I've heard other people say that when seams are pressed open, the seam is weaker than pressing to one side. Is that true?
Right.
And do we need to worry about it?
Okay, so in fact, this is funny because I talked about this in a book that I did solely on machine piecing patchwork. And my editor, she was really like, oh yeah, that's a really good point about what are the downsides of pressing seams open. And I then said, well, one of them is that depending on your stitch length and depending on the batting that you use, this will be something for the poor camera people to focus in on. If you pull this seam that's pressed open...
Oh, Jim is on it. Jim is on it. Look at that. It's coming in.
I can't look at him and me and everything else. If you pull that seam open,
see a gap.
You see a gap. Yeah. So some people are concerned, rightly or wrongly so, that you can get your batting, your wadding, bearding through. And if the seam comes under duress, I don't know what you're doing with this quilt.
For those that don't know, bearding is...
It's just the fluff of the wadding that you use can come through because it's got gaps, basically. And when we were doing the book, my editor was like, oh, we need a picture of that, we need a picture of that. I can remember microscopically trying to pull batting through, thinking, I hope this is enough for photography. But it is true. People do say, oh, look, I've got batting bearding through, wadding bearding through. And so I think, well, yeah, if you pull this seam, quilt's being used hard, exactly, like I don't know what you're doing. But again, you are pulling and leaving a gap, whereas if you press the seam to one side, which in these blocks, it has been, we've gone, see, best of both worlds. I think you should have your cake and eat it, because I've done the big one flat, but these, because then they knit together, to make an accurate point in the middle, and I want that, and that's to my benefit.
One advantage.
So that's what I've done. But if you pull these, there's nothing, because the fabric behind's protecting the other one. So, yeah, I think it's just about knowing all the possibilities and when and if being an educated user, basically, and not just blindly saying, oh, well, I was told you do it like this.
You always press to the dark side, but you don't.
Which you don't.
Always. You can't always.
Yeah, it doesn't always work. So then
what about
it makes
when two white fabrics come together?
Wow. I think sometimes the rules, they worry people.
Yeah, they do.
And if you were just like, I was self-taught when I was did patchwork, when I taught myself patchwork and quilting, and so I didn't know any of these rules. So I ended up just finding out as I went along. And I do think sometimes there's less of that now. People are just worried to start with that they're going to get it wrong. And in actuality, the amount of antique quilts that I've seen that aren't even finished, they're just tops. And you can look at the innards and you look how they've made them.
Yeah.
And all these rules that we've created.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I don't think they worried.
I know some vintage quilt, most vintage quilts I think you look at, and if you look at them with the eye of what we think of as being good standard of quilting now, they're shocking.
Well, yeah.
You know, blocks that are all over the place, bits trimmed off, borders that are kind of really hashed together.
Yeah, random seam allowances, like really random. But they were fine.
And yet we gaze at them for hours, for days, for, you know, people study them. They're things of beauty. So we all need to just calm down.
Yeah, I think, you shouldn't need to worry. You should, like we said earlier on when you said about using your stash, and I said, well, to start with, if you actually got stitching with it.
Crack on.
Crack on.
Just want to remind you of the kits. I love these chats. It's so cool. $69.99 is for the sun-drenched, which, Carolyn, would you mind just grabbing your sample that you sewed together, just so we can have a little look? Absolutely. You've got this gorgeous 2 of these charm packs, 42 squares in each, so 84 charm squares in total. This is just using some of them, by no means all, And then you've got that gorgeous slate blue and the gold solid, plus of course oodles of ivory as well for the background. Really, really beautiful. You make a quilt out of this. The quilt itself is a really good size, 61.5 inches square. That's a fantastic size.
You could have asked me that, I'd look that up.
All of that, how big's the quilt?
61.5 inches square.
Brilliant, thank you. $69.99, I mean, that's awesome. Got low teens, almost not teens at all now. So that's kit 1. The second kit that I've got is very sort of pretty, shabby chic, soft, gentle. It's really lovely. Memory Lane, you get 2 charm packs, and it's all these delightful florals, ginghams, little spots, stripes, mini florals, and you've got kind of apple greens, rosy pinks, this rather delicious sort of lavender blue as well. I mean, just that, a white enamel bedstead and, you know, a cup of tea.
It is, and also I love the fabric that they chose to sash that with, because that green, out of all the greens, that is just one that I just always love that. I always think you can't go wrong with that kind of green. That sort of appley, citrusy, granny, smithy.
It totally is.
Yeah, it's one of my favourite greens. Yeah. So yeah, I like.
It's that yellow base, isn't it?
And that's why it's always hard when they ask you, what do you want to make your samples out of? Yeah. But actually, they just told me I was using this,
Fair
so
enough.
it was fine.
Choice made for you. Again, $69.99, absolutely lovely.
But then
really
it makes me think I need to buy that, because then I could do another one.
Yeah.
Scary.
Totally.
Scary, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. There you go. Right, super. Can we go back to... Oh, we'll put the pattern back up, sorry. Yeah, if you want the pattern on its own, $9.99 for the pattern. That's the physical pattern. It's been really popular, and you get so many different sort of important information, education. Also, you get those traditional blocks, you get those smaller units as well. But really, part of the fun is playing with the units.
Yeah, you get a lot of suggestions. Well, you get all the block suggestions that we've got there. And also, there's nothing to stop you if you actually thought, well, actually, I like there's the pinwheel block here. If you thought, oh, I really like that, I don't want to put it in a border, you can just make 4 of these and then have them as your whole block. You don't have to use the blocks that we've suggested in the centre. You can make up your own thing. I mean, one of the things that I liked as well about the when I got this charm pack was, although I'm using the light fabric, the white, off-white for the neutral, the charm pack had some sort of neutrally ones in it itself. And so actually I've snuck those in. And I think when your eyes are roving around the quilt, you see like, oh, that's not actually a solid, that's actually got more texture in it and something like that. So I've snuck a few of those in as well.
Some people are really nervous about using things like stripes, aren't they?
Yeah, I think that's that whole are they all going in the right direction thing. And I must admit, when I put them in the pinwheel here, it lent itself to that sort of thing because in effect they all rotate round.
But that block is so much more because of the stripe.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
Like it just makes it exceptionally interesting rather than just quite, simple.
Yeah, and in here, this is great for... I've used the stripe here, actually, in this block as well. So you don't have to have it... You can use it imaginatively. And also people sometimes worry about them going in what they call the right or the wrong direction. Because of the way we're making the units, then they'll always have a symmetry to them. So yeah, to be honest, I always find using stripes and even like the little bumblebee with the what I call this like a check.
Yes.
It just adds really nice texture to things. So
lovely message for you from Claire in Oxfordshire. She says, that is a beautiful quilt, Carolyn. Love the cheery colours of the yellow and blue.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's just classic. And again, this goldy yellow with it. It's just such a nice, rich sort of honey colour. So yeah, I just think this the kit that they put together for it was just fab.
Yummy. Now I have a question from Carolyn, who's in Devon. She says, "Hi Stuart and Carolyn, is this quilt beginner friendly, please?" From another Carolyn in Torquay. Oh, I love Torquay.
Oh yes, she's lived my life being called Caroline. The whole life. No, that's Carolyn. It's spelt differently. Hi Carolyn. Yeah, very beginner friendly because really a lot of what you're doing is very straightforward and it is just one step up from just sewing straight lines and squares together.
Okay.
So yeah, so it is very beginner friendly, and in the booklet, in the whole pattern thing, you get so many colour. All this is done in colour, so you can see, this is where we use these colours, this is how you could play with that. So yeah, they've given you really good starting off points, as it were, for it.
Now, just taking a step back to, I remembered, going to my first quilt class and learning how to make kind of the 2-for-1 half square triangles, and then going away and I would piece my units and I thought I was following the instructions, but when I made my units, they weren't necessarily the size they were meant to be. Right. Or when I sewed them together, I would lose points. Yeah. So even though the construction, the method seems straightforward enough, we don't always get success. Are there things we can watch out for to be more successful?
I think is one of them is sort of quite a difficult one, I think, sometimes to get across, and that's don't overhandle the fabric. Don't sit there and go, oh look, I've stitched that. Oh look, it's on the bias. I'm like, yes, stretchy, isn't it?
Look how much this stretches.
Look at this, it stretches.
Yep.
And so things like that. I was told years ago a really interesting little phrase about if you're clothes making or making anything, stitching. So if you're making it by hand and you're making it at home, it's seen as homemade, but it's made by hand. But if it's made by a couture house and it's made by hand, it's seen as a really good thing. And it's like they were saying, well, so what's the difference between made by hand at home and made by hand at a couture house? And it's basically the amount of time you handle the fabric.
Okay.
And if you watch someone real time at home stitching,
there's a lot of that.
whereas if you watch the people in couture houses hand making stuff, the amount of times they actually touch or handle it is just to the absolute minimum.
So it's a lightness of touch.
It's a lightness of touch. It's the, but people are excited about their fabrics. They're excited about it. But the more you handle it, or the more you're like, oh, is that straight?
And yes, a lot of that. And also, I've come over with the iron because this is my personal bugbear.
Yeah.
But this, when you're ironing your half square triangles, and it's lots of this against which is pushing it into a bow shape.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
good
really
one.
overzealous ironing.
Yeah. Or, to be honest, ironing when the irons are not hot enough.
Right.
Often you get this in classes, you know, people are sharing irons and ironing boards, and then someone will decide you're going to switch the iron off after they've used it. So the next person comes and irons, and I've done this with, in fact, the iron's not on, but you're still ironing away, and then you don't actually get a crisp seam.
Yeah.
And because of that, everything's puffy, and so it's not actually, it's sitting like this. It's if I did sort of this, and they're like, oh yeah, I've ironed it. And I'm like,
you really haven't.
Well, you haven't. It needs to be flat.
Yeah.
And that's why, always making sure your iron's hot. And these wool mats, I don't know what you think, but obviously they've come over from garment making because it was something that I'd used a lot then. But it seems to create, not steam, but it just creates a crisper. It's nicer to iron against, so I'm a big fan. It
holds the temperature so well, doesn't it?
Yeah,
So
and things don't move against it.
No.
It's not slippy.
Does your background garment making then? Couture?
I made my top.
Well, I was going to ask you. I thought earlier on, I absolutely love it. It's gorgeous.
Thank you.
And you did make it.
Yeah, I used to, like when I was a kid, I'd made a lot of clothes.
Is it like a Japanese taupe?
It's, I'm not allowed, am I allowed to say where it came from, the fabric? I don't know. Merchant and Mills.
Oh, yeah, lovely.
Yeah, so...
don't mention that.
No, I won't say that. And the top, I know before when I've been on, I'd wear tops that are made from patterns by a company called Matchy Sewing Club. And they've recently had a book out. And I was given a copy, and I was just like, yay! You know, and this, to be honest, it was the first thing I've made.
Oh,
and it
nice.
wasn't directly to come on here, but it was just like, oh, fell off my step. So excited about my top. So it's from the Matchy Sewing Club.
Yeah, gorgeous. Love it. Right, okay, good. Well, gosh, what a lot we're learning.
That was a
today.
side track.
Sun-drenched. I don't have teens left. I'm fast approaching single figures. There's 22 of you with it in your basket. I've got 11 left, that's it. 11 of those kits left. 2 full charm packs. Brilliant value. You've got 1.5 meters of ivory, 0.5 meter of gold, 2 meters of slate, which really do complement the charm packs brilliantly. It's fabulous, isn't it? And of course, you're making much bigger than that. How big's the finished quilt, please?
61.5 inches.
Square, indeed it is. £69.99. You're saving £7. I think it's brilliant. Great value. The other kit, if you love those pretty, soft, gentle pinks, apple greens, lavender blue, you've got 2 full charm packs again, Moda, 42 squares in each. You've got your beautiful chartreuse, 2 meters of that. You've got your ivory, 1.5 meters, and you've got your blush pink, 0.5 meter of that. This is oversubscribed as well. Okay, you must check out your basket or you'll miss out on this bundle, on either of them actually. There's a real danger. Clear and present. You can get the pattern on its own if you want to, I was going to say go rogue, but it's really doing your own thing. Use your scraps. Cut your own 5-inch squares. It's been very, very popular. It's been a very popular pattern. £9.99 gets you all that know-how, all that inspiration, and that beautiful pattern. Really, really love how you've done that border. I think that's smashing.
Thank you. I mean, I must admit, when you said, like, what you said about people going rogue, using their own fabric, I know often when I do projects, if I bought yardage, you know, like the ones that you were selling first thing, whatever it is I'm going to do, I will often go through a phase of I will cut a 2.5-inch strip from it and a 5-inch strip before I start.
Okay.
And then in effect, over the sort of time that I'm buying fabrics or whatnot, I will, you know, you start your own jelly roll design rolls, you start your own charm packs. And it does mean that if sometimes you're looking, actually it goes back to your stash question, if you're looking for something to sew but you don't know what to sew, then sometimes when you're confronted with, you know, your folded yardage and it's all, you know, and that's great, but sometimes if someone says, oh, you look and think, oh, I've got all those 2.5-inch strips, they're already cut.
You can jump straight into it.
Exactly, and if you cut a strip of 5 inches off and just cut those into 5-inch squares before you start, A, you don't really notice you've done it, and then when you want to jump straight in, then you've got that immediately there for you. So yeah, so I've done that in the past. I've done that quite a lot.
Yeah, yeah. I'm very much now, when I'm making a quilt, I like to cut some blocks as my last job of the day.
Right.
And then the following morning, it's like the elves have been in, done my cutting for me.
It's like you haven't really done it.
I can just sit down and start sewing, which is, I've got these kits already. It's lovely.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, perfect.
Do you have any more that you'd like to show us?
Oh, yes. Oh, she says, talk about a subtle prompt there. Do I have any more? I nearly said no. I think I've shown you everything. Okay, so when
5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay, quickness then. When I made the first quilt, I was keen and excited. I still am. And so I laid the blocks out in a different method, in a different, not method, but in a different format. So and this is quite different, but in essence the same, because it's the same number of blocks, you know, half square units in the same places.
Wow.
But it is just different. So if, you know, you could all do a screen grab of that or what have you. That was, if you wanted something just more dramatic or just a different look. Yeah, so this is what I did, and I just think, you know, it's always exciting when you get different ideas for exactly the same number of units. It's exactly the same quilt, but different.
That is stunning.
So
and that's
just a
the
bit
same
of fun.
size, same layout.
It's exactly the same. Everything's the same. You know, you've got your 4, you've got your 4, you've got the 8, 2, 4, 6, 8, and these are exactly the whole thing's exactly the same, but different.
But you've done one block repeated 4 times and just turned them
just straight and furrow, so you get that. Focusing in on the centre just
really
makes it quite.
Clever.
A bit
Lay
different, but the same. Oh, I'm off my block. And
Come
you're
on,
on the block.
back up you
That was
go.
a bad TV moment.
It was.
Whoa.
Fortunately, no one saw it.
Oh, did they not?
No.
They'll be wondering forever, won't
Yeah,
they?
absolutely. No, can't tell.
Oh, it looks cool on the telly, doesn't it?
Amazing.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Complete, like, newbie. I'm like, whoa, look at that on the telly. Yeah, no, it's cool.
Terrific.
Thank you.
Yeah, single figures on both kits now. Be quick, be quick. That's really cool. Really inspired now to go away and experiment with half square triangles. Are you going to do a follow-up quarter square triangle pattern?
Oh, it's difficult, isn't it? I haven't actually, no. I mean, I've done quarter square triangles in other patterns. Yeah, there is a cool one. Oh, perhaps we should ask if we can do that one another time. The block called a triplet block. That's.
I've never heard of that.
Oh, it's got. It's one of those blocks. I really do like books on only blocks.
Yes.
You know, and sometimes you look through, and it's just the books I've got. They're just in black and white, so you just see the block. And we did a really cool quilt. Perhaps I need to ask Hayley if she wants to do that.
Love that. Was that a message that came across the bottom, by the way, just then? Would you replay it? Thank you. Hello, Carolyn and Stuart, two of my favourite quilters. Oh, thank you.
Sweet.
Thank you, Carolyn, for making your patterns today available digitally. That's from Elsie, who's in Colombia.
Oh, wow. I must
Global,
admit,
baby.
Yeah, I mean, I must admit, you guys have spoken to me for so long now about offering my patterns, because sometimes they come out in one format and like for a moment in time. And I do get comments on my social media about, is that coming out as a pattern, just as a pattern, you know. And I'm just like, I'm hopeless. I'm just like, I haven't really thought about that yet. And then I have been talking to you guys for simply eons. And yeah, so when I actually sort of got my act together and it was like, right, these are the ones you could have, we could do, that would be exciting. And so these were the first two that they chose. So perhaps, in future times, I might be invited back to with two more patterns.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
So thank you.
I have spoken. No, that would be brilliant. Great. Two backing fabrics, just to mention, extra wide backing fabric. This, I do say this, Carolyn, it's the only job in quilting that I really don't like, joining fabric to make a backing. I don't like doing it.
Sometimes when I have to, I do that a lot, as we do, when we haven't been organised enough to buy wide width backings and things. I do find that sometimes I just think, I've just got to put this backing together. And some days it feels like it's taking longer to do that than make the whole quilt, which can't be true because there aren't as many seams. But yeah, I think if you can get really nice wide width backings, then that's something I'm up for.
Just reminds me too much of curtain making, and I'm not a fan. This is 274 centimetres wide, so this is your 108, I believe, wide fabric bundle, 2 metres, so that would be enough to do it like a double quilt for £47.96. So it's a good economical buy as well. Yeah, it's a centimetre under, 2 3/4 metres wide by 2 metres. So it's a big old piece of fabric. The other one, I mean, this is a no-brainer, I think, because it's gorgeous kind of creamy putty colours in a classic paisley design.
Oh, I do like a bit of paisley. Oh, look, it goes really well, doesn't it, with the,
absolutely beautifully. Look, there's your blocks.
And it'll go with that other one, the Meadow, whatever, what was the Cath Kidston one?
Memory Lane.
That was it, yeah.
With no hint of irony. Couldn't remember it. Memory Lane. There it is. 51.96, even better. Great. It's fab. Saving £4. Carolyn, what a joy it's been.
Stuart, thank
we
you
even
for
managed
having
to get
me.
a little bit controversial. Not really. When are you back?
Oh, scary, scary. I think in the new year, because I've got a book and a thread collection to go with the book coming out.
Exciting. Any hints, or are you going to keep us in
I think it's probably hidden in plain sight at the minute. I did a book on chicken scratch embroidery, which was sort of an offshoot of a quilt book that I was researching for later next year. Anyway, I became addicted to it, and it's made like a really cool little book, 20 to make book. And then I was talking with Orifil, and we've come up with a thread spool collection to go with it. So that's all very much new territory for me. But yeah, really excited. So yeah, in the new year.
Fab, congratulations.
No, thank you.
Merry Christmas. And I look forward to seeing in the new year with you.
Yeah.
And celebrating your new book and your new thread collection.
Thank you.
Take care of yourself. All right, we are going to go to a little break now. When we come back, our last hour of the day, Sasha Fancy's back. We've got loads of really cool Bosal products. It's not just in our form. We've also got some terrific rulers and templates and some fabric bundles. Stay tuned. I'll see you after this.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the SewingStreet YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with SewingStreet.
Want to know what's coming up on SewingStreet? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with SewingStreet.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the SewingStreet app. Head over to your App Store now and search SewingStreet and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with SewingStreet.
Here at SewingStreet, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Not only is SewingStreet live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the SewingStreet app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with SewingStreet.
Keep up to date with what's on SewingStreet, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to SewingStreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The SewingStreet gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the SewingStreet website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The SewingStreet gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with SewingStreet couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our SewingStreet app. Simply head over to your app store and search SewingStreet. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Did you know at SewingStreet that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the SewingStreet website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with SewingStreet.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. SewingStreet, stitching the world together.
Right, this is such a cool hour. Welcome back, Sasha Fancy. Good to have you back. This is such a cool hour. We're going to start straight in with some amazing Bosal products.
Yeah.
Now, Sasha, not to take anything away from it, it's my favourite Bosal product in our form, but almost everybody on the planet talks about buying Bosal for their bags. I always say it's in our form, Bosal's the company.
Yeah.
But it's such a standout product. But they do so many other products.
We do so many products. So I'm Bosal UK ambassador, as you know, have been for many, many years.
Yeah.
I love the technology behind Bosal, but it is that thing of people buy in our form and they come to you and they say, can I have a metre of Bosal, please?
Yes.
And it's like, okay, what would you like?
Yes.
Because we do waddings, we do interfacings, we do huge amount of dressmaking, we do so many different things. So today I have brought you a little bit of the fun stuff that you can really play around with.
You are going to have to be quick on all of these things.
Yes, because there's not an awful lot.
We haven't got loads of anything. We're going to start off with stitch and seam. Now, I have played with this. Oh, my goodness, it's so much fun. This is how it starts. This is how it ends up. In fabric terms, this is what it looks like.
It is.
This
is brilliant.
Oh, can you see that fabulous texture for clothing, for bag making?
So it's a bit like a faux smocking.
Yes.
It sort of shrinks everything up. You can really have good fun with this. And so it's basically an interfacing that goes inside of 2 fabrics and you stitch your grid onto it and then you apply heat and it shrinks. Now, the great thing that I love about this as well is on the back, it tells you exactly what you need to know. So if you, for example, want a 5-inch square finished after shrinkage, it tells you what to cut. It tells you exactly all the information that you need. So I think that's really handy. Really handy. So again, it just, you know, and we're going right up to really big sizes.
So if you're making something like a weekend bag, which would be so cool in this like crinkle.
Oh, definitely.
You would use the bigger pieces.
You can sort of see, can you see?
Yeah.
This is what it sort of does. It's like a faux smocking.
Yeah. Do we have to stitch it really densely in order to get that effect?
It does have to be quite close together.
Yeah.
Because obviously if you can do it, you can do circles.
Yeah.
You can do any sort of shapes and it will shrink up, and it depends what I wouldn't do like inch by inch squares.
Okay.
But again, you might like that effect because it would be a lot more spread out. But you can do it just in lines. It doesn't have to be gridded.
I think this is really cool. Now, the piece that you get is 62 inches by 18, so you've got plenty there to play with.
You are getting a lot, yeah.
Will you give us a quick demo, please?
Yeah, of
Show
course.
us how to use it. This is cool.
So what I will very quickly, there it is. So you would take whatever size you require.
So let's say we want a 5-inch finished square, so we cut a 7.5-inch finished square, and we need 2 of those and the same size of stitch and steam.
Yes.
Yep.
And this is it in its
kind of raw form.
Yeah, so it's 100% polyester. It almost feels a little bit satin-esque, but a little obviously goes a long way.
Is it fusible?
No.
No, so
No.
you just sandwich it.
You just sandwich it. So you're going to sandwich like so. And then you are going to do your grid, okay? Now, obviously, it takes a bit of time to do the grid. So here is one that I have done earlier. So you can see I've probably got, what, generous 1/4 of an inch grid.
Okay.
You don't have to be too, what's the word?
Precise?
Yeah, that's the word. And then this is where the magic happens, okay? So are we there? So you are going to apply heat.
Ooh.
And it doesn't happen straight away, but you will see it moving. And then you're going to gently move your iron around. It is
it's
great.
Really cool.
It is so good. And then I flip, and then again. Now, you can apply steam if you want to. I'm not using any steam because I prefer not to make it wet because it takes a little bit longer. But as you can see, it's doing that whole shrinky-dinky thing.
Oh, it's like those badges you used to make
Out
out
of crisp packet.
packets.
It is. It is so satisfying. And it is a great one for kids as well. And you're getting a really good size. They do this in 2 sizes. This is the larger pack. And again, there used to be a product that I can remember years and years and years ago when I was a child. And I can't remember what it was called. Somebody will know the name of it, but you can't get it anymore anyway. But this is Bosel's equivalent. And so there we go.
That is so cool.
So this is Stitch and Steam. And the whole idea about today was obviously bringing you a few new things that you haven't maybe seen.
Can you see? You've now got that real, and also as well, it actually feels almost like there's a firm interfacing or even a wadding inside there.
It feels like there's something, doesn't there?
You could then cut out, if you were using larger pieces, you could do a jacket, a waistcoat, a cape.
Panels and things. A lot of people do the busy boards, busy quilts, that sort of thing. This is great for those busy because of the texture. It's a really nice feeling to it.
Could I do quilt as you go with this?
Yeah.
And join it with flat strips?
Yeah, of course you can.
Oh, really like that. Okay, right, that is the first product, Stitch and Steam. Keep going through for that. We've got another Bosel product. It's cool. Oh, this is cool. It's the Craft X from Bosel door hanger kit.
Yep.
You get some fabric, you get the door hangers. Tell me about these.
So these are great fun for the kids in your life or yourself if you wanted to make something. I mean, I've put Christmas fabrics with them, but you don't have to. Now, I'm going to show you. It's Craft X, double-sided fusible.
So you get 4 of these door hanger shapes. I think we all need one of these on our sewing room door that says either do not disturb or bring me tea
That's the one.
coffee now.
Yep, definitely. Definitely. Bring or approach with caution.
Yeah. And these are really quite stiff and firm. Can I sew through it?
Yes.
Great.
Completely sew through it.
Fusible on both sides.
Yes, so it's double-sided fusible Craft X. It's a little bit firm, feels a little bit like sandpaper. Nice and rigid, a really nice, easy, quick project if you wanted to do something like it with the kids, or whether you've got a craft group and you wanted to do something a bit fun. So again, I'm just cutting into that.
Yeah.
So let me just...
You get both the fabrics, by the way. A fat quarter of each, that sort of cloudy, glitter and
Yes.
also the little gnomes.
So I'm just spraying the peach.
Yeah. Oh, gorgeous.
Right, so we're going to put our heat on. Now, we all know the magic of in our form, that when you apply direct heat on the top, the glue melts, but underneath it doesn't, right? That's what makes in our form special. Craftex, no,
Right.
okay? So you would always put something underneath, okay? Really, really important to put something underneath.
So like a goddess sheet, greaseproof paper?
Yeah, anything like that, or you can just cheat like myself and put the other piece of fabric on it.
Okay.
We're going to do direct heat. We're not going to press, we're going to do direct heat because it's Craftex. Because you want that heat, because you want to make sure that that glue melts. And it should melt pretty much quickly.
Okay.
Now, not always does the glue melt on the reverse, because you can see it hasn't, but I always like to say, always put something behind there, just in case. And then, once you know, as you can see, it sticks fast, then you can do your ironing motion. There's a big difference between pressing and ironing. Pressing, we are pressing. We are applying that direct heat so that the bosal glue gets to the temperature. Then, once
What, like
that's
2 or
done,
3 seconds?
yeah, doesn't have to be long, and then you can iron. So, the first thing that we're going to do, really, really quickly, is cut round this. Now, there's 2 ways you can actually finish these, and this is what I mean by a really nice, quick project. You can either do a bias binding all the way around, or you can just do a variegated zigzag stitch, like variegated thread, something like that. Now you can do applique, you can add letters, you could add an initial, a name. Like you say, you can pretty much put whatever you want on here. So I'm just going to take this around, just cut around so I know.
Really cool project. Really fun to do with kids as well. You would do this together, couldn't you?
Yeah. Or as a sewing group as well.
Yeah.
It's a really nice one. And then I am going to add my backing, like so.
And that glitter fabric's okay with the heat on as well?
Absolutely fine. 100%
Brilliant.
quilting fabric, no problem. It's a beautiful colour, isn't it?
Yeah, I love it.
It's like that. If you were doing like a nativity scene or something like that, this is a nice sparkle background. And then you can press.
Remember, you get 4 of the Craftex door hangers. You also get 2 fat quarters.
Oh, what I was going to show you, if you did do a mistake for any reason, with Craftex, you reheat and then you can peel.
Peel it back.
But as I say, go careful because it's hot and you will need to work slightly quick, but then you can re-adhesive.
Great.
But because the glue, you can only do that once or twice.
Okay, fair enough.
But it's just in case, because sometimes people like to know that they can reposition things. I was using a fusible wadding. I like using fusible waddings for things like bags, wall hangings, journal covers, smaller things. I don't tend to use it for bigger quilts because if I don't work quick enough, I can't sort of reposition it. I struggle. Oh, I got myself into a right pickle the other day.
What happened?
It just wasn't quite flat, and then I had a thing in the middle, and so normally I start in the middle and work my way out, and I was hurrying, and we've all done it, haven't we?
Yeah.
So I tend to just use fusible for things like, for me, for smaller projects.
Yeah.
But I know some of our lovely customers out there absolutely love it, and it is much, much easier for layering quilts if you've got the space to be able to do it.
Wow.
So
That looks really good already.
it's
You could
really
easily
easy.
add, some like fusible letters down there.
Yeah,
or embroidery.
definitely. You can sew through this, you can do. So I'm just going to prove to you. Obviously, I'm not going to do any fancy stitching or anything else, but I'm just going to prove to you how easy it is to sew through this as well.
No walking foot needed.
No.
So that's a straight stitch going round.
Just a straight stitch. I'm just stitching straight through there so you can just see. No issue.
And to finish that raw edge, did you say something like a zigzag? That
So
covers both?
I tend to do some sort of zigzag, like a nice variegated thread, something like that would be really, really good. Or if you've got some bias binding, you can do some bias binding around
bind
it.
it as well.
But again, it's a really quick, nice, easy project for
Yeah,
Christmas.
absolutely fab. Love that. £16. You get the 4 fusible door hangers and you get your 2 fat quarters as well. Brilliant price. Right, next product we're going to look at is called Fashion Fuse. It's a 100% cotton woven fusible interfacing. So like a cotton fabric.
It is.
Now again, I have used this in a
is
lot of bag
amazing.
making
Yeah.
and I love it.
So this is very clever. The one thing that I did forget to bring with me today was some jersey or some stretch fabric. I don't know if we've got any scraps of anything anywhere.
We might have, we'll see.
This is a beautiful product to work with, okay? Now it's 100% cotton, fusible on one side, and basically it transforms things like people use it for t-shirt quilting, sweatshirts, that sort of thing. It basically turns a stretch product into a non-stretch. Very, very clever, but also for
This is
things...
a very tightly woven,
It is.
but light.
But light. So when you actually press it onto the back, it provides an awful lot of stability. It does change your fabric slightly to a more workable item. So
Where might we use this?
So t-shirt quilting,
Yep.
definitely. Maybe that you've cut something on the bias and it's moving a bit too much and you didn't want that. So I would put that on the back of it.
So even cutting strips to put around armholes or
Anything,
necklines?
yeah, anything. Dressmaking. If you are a dressmaker, this is one of those products that you definitely need. Because, as I say, sometimes working with jersey, you know when you work with jersey and you cut it and then it rolls up?
Sure.
You have a nightmare with it. This will stop all of that.
Yeah.
I know people that have made crochet quilts and they've put a backing on the back because they don't want it like a double-sided crochet. They want to turn it into more of a quilt. They've put this on top of the backing. They've then put this, they've put this underneath their crochet to fix it more.
Okay.
Then they've put the wadding in and it stops it from stretching.
Got
It
you.
stops it from doing all of that. So again, because it's 100% cotton, it can stay in those items.
Could you use this as an interfacing if you were doing something like embroidery?
Embroidery machines, absolutely.
Or hand embroidery?
Hand embroidery, definitely. So this can be fused onto the back of your Aida.
Yep. Ada, yeah.
It can be iron. There is so many uses that you will find for this.
Great.
And as I say, in America, they go mad for this for t-shirt quilts.
T-shirt quilting or memory quilting where you may be using baby grows.
Baby grows and
Super
things,
stretchy.
yeah, because once you, and this is the problem, when I've seen online that people are selling memory quilts and things, and you think nothing's in line, everything's all over the place. Well, actually, this would stop all of that.
Yeah, brilliant.
Stops it all.
You get a big piece there as well. It is 60 inches by 36 inches, so lots to play with. Right, let's move on. We're going to do a little bit of duets.
Which is at the front there.
Ah, brilliant, thank you. Duets.
So, your duet fuse, okay, this is your Camden bag. If anybody's heard of the Camden bag, it is that bag that stands up like a bucket bag. And it changes, it uses your 2.5-inch strips, and it basically changes when you press it. So it goes into a more firmer
Really?
item.
Okay.
You can take that bit on with you and have a play.
Oh, may I?
Yeah.
So ordinarily, this is like a firm polyester batting. So got more structure than, say, like a cotton or an 80-20 wadding.
Yeah.
But still nice and movable and soft.
For bags, it's great.
Yeah.
It's great. Even like so, it's great as a wadding inside. So, like Stuart was saying, it's very pliable, you know, it's very, what's the word? You can move it.
Flexible,
But
yeah.
you know that there's something nice and substantial in there. So what happens when you apply heat, again, we're talking fusible. So we're going to press.
So is it
and
fusible
hold.
on one side?
No, this is double-sided.
This is double-sided,
fuses.
got you.
So again, as you can see, we're just going to hold that for a little bit longer. Make sure that fuses. And then we're going to
So I'm always on the lookout for new products that I can use in bag making.
This one is, and it's not readily known about. This is the thing. So as you can see, we're getting there.
I thought I knew what it was, but this is very cool and
And
interesting.
it compresses, so it goes not so, like, it's not quite 1/4 inch thick, but it goes down again half. And then we're just going to wait for that to cool down a second before we're going to, and you will feel the difference.
Tell how impatient I am.
And then what happens is as it cools, it goes into a more firmer state. So for things like a bag, it will hold its shape. For things like texture in sculptures and textile sculptures and dressmaking, bowls,
boxes,
yeah,
baskets,
anything.
that kind of.
Okay. I don't want him to feel it until it's cooled down.
Okay,
I
fair
want
enough.
him to.
I'll be patient. I've only got 10 of them left. It's
There won't be
£21 and you get 45 inches wide by 1 metre. Can I have a little feel and see what it's like?
It's not quite cool yet.
Oh, but I can feel the difference. It has compressed. It's firm. There's lots of times where we want that firm structure. You can still bend it a bit. You know, it's still got that
And you can sew
flexibility.
through it. You can do all of that. It just means that it goes from a floppy bag to a more rigid bag.
And you don't always want the bounciness, the thickness of in our form.
But you want something.
Yeah. Next up, we're doing Craftex Light.
So your Craftex Light is basically, this product is a sew-in product. So this is a product that you can put into bag bases, pockets, but it is sew-in, it's not fusible.
So this is like an extra firm interfacing.
Yes, exactly that. So it's great for adding slight structure to things.
Like a pelmet violin.
Yeah, that sort of thing. It's that sort of weight.
Yeah.
So again, it's Craftex, but whereas the door hangers are fusible, this isn't. So this is a sew-in product. But you can use your 505 and various other sprays to glue things in place.
Would you keep this out of seam allowances?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to add a lot
You
of
can
weight.
sew it. You can sew through it, no problem. But I would always do 1/4 inch smaller just to make sure that that is out of the seam allowance.
I would really like to play and experiment with
Would you
that
like to take that as
too.
well? Can you take those? Those have got Stuart's names on.
Love my job. When are you on next?
Well, because when you don't see this
It's
stuff all the
true.
time,
It's
and
true.
you know, there are so many different products that I wanted to bring you, things that maybe you haven't seen before.
Yeah,
And you
sure.
didn't see this either, did you?
Splendid Web, I've not seen that before. Splendid Web Plus.
So this is your adhesive for applique,
Yeah.
which is great. So
Okay.
it's a bit like Heat and Bond,
Yeah.
Bonderweb, but this is Bosel's equivalent. So again, it's really, really strong. It's got your paper backing on there, so you can do all your drawings on there, and then you cut them out in exactly the same way you would use other products, but basically it's our equivalent.
What's it like for softness, flexibility?
So I would say it is between the, you get the different, I always say flavours in Heat and Bond.
Yes.
So the red is like their intense one.
Ultra,
This
yeah.
is medium,
Okay.
but not as light as Bonderweb.
Yeah, gotcha.
So it's sort of in between the two. Should we just have a quick look?
Yeah, definitely.
It's a great thing when I bring all this
£8.75.
stuff, because I can open them.
So this one does need to be sewn.
No, this one's fusible.
But what I mean is when you've to finish
Oh,
the
yes,
raw
yeah,
edges,
yeah,
you
it's
need
not
to
like
sew
the...
Ultra.
Yeah, it's not like the Ultra. Let me just see if I can. Because normally what we can do... There we go. So that is your mesh. That is the glue. So it's slightly heavier than Bonderweb.
Ooh, that feels nice and soft though.
It is really soft, so it's great in children's clothes. It's great on patches, different bags, but it is beautifully soft.
Love
but
that.
you do need to make sure that you actually sew things, like you say. It's not your firm,
No sew.
ultra.
Yeah. Cool. I really like that. It's, you know, I say
There
it
you
many
go.
times.
You can have that one as well.
Thank you. Boseley is not just in our form, although
No.
it seems to be our favourite product. You
Yeah.
may find a new favourite here. So next up, I think we're going to do the watercolour grid. This is
look,
the last Boseley product that we've got.
See, that's definitely, you can feel the difference in that one. Right, we are going to actually do a bit of a look at the
Ace.
So your watercolour grid. I love 2.5 inch grid. I love it. The fact that you can make a quilt in no time at all, the fact that if you are somebody that isn't so precise and you worry about that, this will take it all away. It's fusible on one side. So if you are using things like 5-inch squares or leftover jelly roll strips, what do you do with all those bits, you know? I cut mine all into 2.5 inch squares, and then I, at some point, will just make a random quilt. Now, I know that you can't see that, but I promise you, you can see the grid. And all you're going to do is, we've got some squares here. Do you want to just, there's 3 different colours there. And obviously, you're going to place them within the grid. Actually, it would have been better if I'd have, we got a plain mat? I don't think we have.
You can put it straight on the table if you want, or, well, yeah,
We gotta
that
press
will
it.
be fine, yeah.
And you're just going to play. What is so great about this watercolour one is you can do things like pictures. You can do pixelated quilts. A lot of people that do the pixelated quilts with the faces and things tend to use something like this in there, just so they can have, well, just so they have that safeness of all of those squares being where they're meant to be.
Yeah.
And again, all you're going to do is you're going to play around with the product. You're going to make whatever pattern or squares or whatever, and then you're just going to stitch on the lines. It is as easy as that.
Well, I am keeping it super, super easy and classic.
Perfect.
So there we go. I've got just my 9 patch all laid out.
I love this fabric.
Gorgeous.
And again,
this is when you definitely need to be using a
Mat.
small travel iron.
yes, and you want to make sure as well that obviously this is glue. We don't want to get that on the iron.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
Because people will not be friends with me if I do
Yeah.
that. There you go. And then you're going to press. And then once you've done your block, or whichever, or quilt, or whatever you want to do. Thank you. Haven't quite caught that corner. I'm trying to be so careful that I don't get the glue on anything.
Sure. But you can join these panels once you've made them. You're not restricted to making something small.
No.
You can join the panels, can't you, once they're
Exactly. So all you're going to do is you're going to fold on each line. I tend to do all the horizontal first and then all the vertical. And this line, you're just going to line up with the edge of your foot or 1/4 inch foot, and you're just going to sew, and you're going to sew each one, and then you're going to go back down again as well.
Brilliant. And that's
really,
it,
really
all joined.
All joined, really simple.
Perfect
really
2-inch squares.
Perfect. And, you know, even if you wanted to do something like your 5-inch or your 10-inch,
Yeah.
it makes life so
Yeah.
much easier.
Fantastic. Great. That's the watercolour grid. Single figures on that if you want that. Now, some stuff you haven't seen before, brand new. Where are we going to start? Well, I haven't seen any of these before, actually. Where should we start? What's the new one?
The circle.
The circle. Amazing. Right.
This is what everyone's been waiting for.
This has the protective film on. You peel this off when
Yes.
you're...
So when it
go
arrives,
home.
it will have this film. Just use a pin, and then you peel it off in sections, okay? And you take that off. Now, I started with the OG ruler, which is this long one. I basically design rulers with no numbers. I'm very dyslexic, I'm very dyspraxic, and I really struggle with certain rulers that are too many lines, too many numbers, too many colours. And I had to find a way, because this is my job, years ago I found a way of making a ruler that had no numbers. So when we go back and let's have a little reminder of the original 11 inches by 1 inch, and then inside here you have got your 1/4 of an inch, your 1/2 an inch, and your 3/4 an inch seam allowance. Doesn't matter whether you're left-handed or right-handed, because it's still 1/4, a 1/2, and a 3/4. It's 1 inch wide. I didn't realise how many people were struggling. These went mad. These really did go mad. And people are buying them even if they haven't got any disability, as in reading, writing numbers, because you can just pick it up and you don't have to think. You don't have to worry about measuring anything.
Taken away the noise.
Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah.
And it has made my life an awful lot easier. So the one thing that I have been asked for more than anything is the circle. Because our brains, as somebody that has dyspraxia, our brains work in sections. And circles are very, very hard to achieve because they never look circular. Never ever look circular.
No.
So again, it's making that same concept that I don't want numbers, okay, but you can do a 5-inch circle, you can do a 3-inch circle, and you can do a 1-inch circle. We've also put your lines in here, so you can do 1/2 or 1/4, no problem. So if you wanted to do drunkard's path, you can actually mark and do your own drunkard's path. And again, whether it's just a chalk marker, something really, really easy, retractable marker, anything like that. If I wanted to do a 3-inch, I'm not having to think, I'm not having to worry about dimensions or measuring or anything like that. I also know that I can work out my quarters just by how many notches I've got, because they're all like 1/4 of an inch apart. It just makes things easy. So for things, if you wanted to do your own Suffolk puffs, anything like that.
Covering buttons.
Exactly. If you wanted to do the centres for the New York Beauty panel, which we'll be coming to again later. So again, there is so many different uses for it, but it's circles that really trouble us.
But you know, I could imagine using that to mark quilting lines.
Yeah.
Imagine those radiating circles over blocks that you then quilt. And actually, you could even use the markings
as you're quilting. So I was just going to say that.
That would work.
So the great thing about this is I do a lot of hand quilting. I love hand quilting. And so, do you remember there used to be a product out there called tiger tape?
Yes, yes.
And we used to put it on things and you could actually mark your stitches. Now, basically, what I do is I would take, like the quilt we were doing this morning, I would draw those circles, integrate circles, anything.
Overlap them.
And then I would use this as my stitch lines. So it's almost like a 2, 3-in-1 product.
Fabulous.
And again, you know, the 1-inch I put on there because, like you say, people want to cover buttons or small centres for flowers. But circles are very, very difficult. They are very difficult.
Oh, for sure.
And even if you try and fold a piece of fabric in half and do a half circle, it never looks circular. No. So again, it's just something that will make your life an awful lot easier.
Yeah, clever. And I do think, you know, the way that you have removed all of the sort of superfluous, perhaps, stuff that we don't need, but you've still got those quarter markings, and very clearly, very easy to use template. Clever.
I'm not saying there isn't a need for rulers with lots of information, because there is. We all go to them. But there are some days when I am on a very fuzzy day and I look at a ruler and it all merges and I just cannot. So I have to take a step back and think, well, I've got work to do, I've got stuff to do. So this is my way of doing it.
Yeah.
I will do a bigger one. Everyone says I want like a bigger ruler.
Yep.
I will get there. I will get there.
Yeah, for sure.
You know.
Absolutely. But I mean, I think it's brilliant. They're great sizes, 1 inch, 3 inch and 5 inch. And of course, if you're using them for piecing, you can just mark your sewing line and then cut extra fabric around by eye.
Yeah.
The sewing line is marked, so you're going to be beautifully accurate.
Yeah.
Loads of you going for that. It's brand new today, $15.99. Really good price too.
Yeah. Yes.
Smashing. Shall we look at the original ruler?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Because this is where it all started,
So
and as you
this
say, useful.
This is where it started, and this is the one that's got a special place in my heart. When I launched this, it's very difficult to put yourself out there and to say, do you know what, this is wrong with me. And it is. It's quite a thing.
Yeah.
So again, it doesn't matter which way round you use this. If I wanted, I don't know, if I wanted to measure my 1/4 of an inch from the edge, so I know where we are. That's my 1/4 of an inch.
I mean, just that in itself, I think every quilter might just benefit, just occasionally, drawing the seam allowance on.
Yeah.
Just to perhaps rein ourselves in. Or we're a bit skinny generally, or we're a bit over-exaggerated.
Who actually gets it dead on? I mean, I'd probably say there's one woman in this world that I know, Jenny Raymond, would probably get it dead on each time.
Yeah.
But no, again, it's that thing. We always either do bigger or we do smaller. Again, it's one of those that you look on the ruler, and if it's a busy day, you know, and this...
Could I use that to mark things like my half square triangles where I'm sewing a 1/4 of an inch either side?
Such.
You know, because I was saying earlier on, you know, we
Can I have a turquoise one
Yeah,
second?
of course.
Just that square.
Yeah, yeah.
So
you know,
half
we
square.
can follow the rules and it still doesn't come out the right size.
No. So this does every time. So this is how quick and easy they are for you. Your centre line and
diagonal, yeah.
And then you are going to go on that edge. I know you can't see it that well.
Chalk pencil would be good for this, wouldn't it, on darker fabrics?
Absolutely.
Actually, that shows up really well.
That's the next thing I'm looking at, my own chalk pencil.
Look at that,
So
there, your
again,
sewing lines.
so sewing lines done really, really quick, really, really easy. And this is why so many people, whether they're dyslexic, keep this by their sewing machine because you can just pick it up, not have to think. You can also, some of the things you can do, put this under your needle to check your 1/4 of an inch
like
as
that.
well. You can do your dressmaking. You can measure certain things. Any seams that you want to add, you can use this for.
Can I ask?
Stitching as well. Big stitching, again, you can do
yeah,
that.
you can mark your stitching line.
Yeah.
Can you rotary cut against this or
Yes,
not?
yes.
You can?
Yep.
Okay.
So
I
you can
think
use it
that's
as your
cracking.
straight, so you can
$12.99.
use your rotary cutter, no problem.
You know, I had a really interesting discussion with Becky Coles.
Yeah.
And about how so many, well, we all benefit from
people that are diverse. Yeah,
adaptations.
people that are diverse.
Drop curbs. We all use them.
Yeah, we do.
There's so many
Yeah.
adaptations that have been done for people with disabilities that benefit everybody.
And we have, you know, we have to find a way and go back 10, 15 years when I started this, you know, like the TV journey and things like that. You would never have thought, because I wouldn't say I was embarrassed, but I didn't know how to get it across. Now, we are so out there. We are living in this great place where, yes, we get a few trolls, things like that, but people get it, they understand it. Now, if you're absolutely brilliant with numbers and you are brilliant with rulers and you are brilliant with that stuff, you'll still benefit from it.
I was just going to say,
and that's what people say.
Who doesn't need a 1 inch wide rotary cuttable ruler? Is it 12 inches long?
11.
11. I mean, ideal. Scrap quilting, marking your seam allowances.
Anything. Yeah.
We can all benefit from
Yeah.
something that came from a place of needing to remove the noise.
Yeah.
Right, we've got about 15 minutes left, so we've got loads to get through. What should we do next? The square ruler.
So again, exactly the same. When your ruler comes, all you're going to do is you are going to take off the white plastic, okay? Because again, it just helps it when I'm transporting it. What you will see when you get your square ruler is it's got these beautiful little hearts on the corner. Always, you know, just the extra things. But again, we have got no numbers. So again, all we have got on here is your 5 inch square, your 4 inch square, your 3 inch square, your 2 inch square, and your 1 inch square. Obviously, your 5 inch square is around the outside. So it means that you can pick this up, you can cut your own 5 inch squares.
That's brilliant. Everybody needs that.
Yeah, you can do your markings in a bit, whatever you want. The great thing about this as well is if you wanted to do 2.5 inches, all you've got to do is turn this once you've done a line. So let me just show you a second. So if I wanted to do a 2.5, I'm just going to do a mark there because I know that that is going to be.
Ooh.
So again, you can take notches and make it to what you want it to be. So again, all I'm going to do is move that back down to my 2 inch. And again, I am just going to make sure that I am just... Do you see what I mean? So then I'm coming along here and I'm just doing my 2.5. And you would just work your way around to make your 2.5 inch squares. So again, you're not having to think about things. You know that your notches are 1/4 of an inch. And that's
Brill.
basically it.
Yeah, really clever. That's the 5 inch, and you can rotary cut against it.
Yeah.
5 inch square ruler with 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 inch markings. Love it. Right, next up, we have got the
Bag
corner tool.
So again, we have got the bag corner, which is doing a 3 inch or a 2 inch bag corner. If you wanted it, again, slightly different, you can work out and do your 2.5 inch bag corner or even a 1.5 inch. Again, it has the most beautiful curve. Oh, look at that.
Now, we were going through the kitchen yesterday at my bag making workshop in Shrewsbury to find things to round corners on bag
Doesn't
flaps.
work, does
We've got
it? It's really hard.
That's easy.
But
That's
this,
easy.
and it is the most lovely curve. I know, but it's
What are
very
these for?
satisfying. So these are for making your bias binding. So basically, 2.5 inches is your normal binding. We all know that. But what if you wanted to do normal binding and you don't want it as wide as that? So we can do 1.5, we can do 1 1/4, 3/4 and 1/2 inch. So for example, if you wanted to do, sorry, I haven't got a big enough strip, but it would, your strip, which you would cut at 2 inches for a 1.5, would basically, I would pop a pin in like that, and that would hold that in place, and then I would pull that through.
How clever.
To make my binding, and as I press, I'm pulling through, and then that is making that beautiful centre.
Yes. Good for bag straps, dressmakers as well. Really clever, very
And you can
innovative.
go down to 1/2 inch. So you know if you're doing like stained glass windows, things like Christmas stuff, things like that, this is where your 1/2 inch comes in, so you can make your own binding.
Brilliant. What a great demo as well. Fab. That's that. We've also got a seam gauge. Now, again, really useful, particularly, I think, for dressmakers and bag makers.
Exactly. So your seam gauge, again, it comes with this little key ring on here, and you can do 7/8, 5/8, 1/2 inch, 3/8 and 1/4. Basically, it means that you can line things up. You know, sometimes you get a pattern, and it's the one pattern that I always put to the side if it says 13 and 5/8. Oh, I can't, my brain can't do that. So what I can do is I can put this 5/8 up against my 13 on the cutting mat. I can pop some washi tape here and I can do my cutting because I know that it's my 5/8 or my 3/8. I can then take it under the sewing machine if I'm a dressmaking and I wanted to do 3/8 of an inch. So yeah, again, you can play around with this. Hangs off your keys, hangs off of your bag.
Very
Nice
clever.
little gift.
And it is definitely sort of pocket money, Secret Santa price.
Yeah.
If you know somebody that struggles with measuring beyond the half, the quarter, this is ideal, isn't it?
It is.
That's very, very clever. Love that. Right. Let's do the New York Beauty panel. Now, we've got a kit, but we're going to look at the panel on its own first of all. It's been absolutely flying out, Sasha.
This, again, is it's one that some of my ladies have said, I want to do New York Beauty. I struggle with the centres, hence the circle ruler. You're getting quite a size. You are able to make your arcs with ease. It is so easy, and this can actually stay in your quilt if you want it to.
Okay.
So I quite like doing this where I make my quarters, put them together, and then I applique them on, and I like to add a centre to it. Some people like to make their own centres and their edges, which is why I've included that. But again,
How many blocks can we, quarter blocks, can we make out of this?
You can make enough to do 8 full New York Beauty, yeah, all different sizes.
Oh, amazing.
All different sizes.
Oh, that's really cool.
So you can play around with the different shapes. You can do, all the way down through the centre. Yeah, you can, many different things. But it's one of those, you just cut it out roughly, you take it to the sewing machine, you're not having to draw it all out.
No. And do you use this like you would a paper foundation?
Yes, exactly that.
Sew through it.
So you sew through it, and it's just that flip and fold sequence.
Yeah.
So you pop your pieces on, and then you're just going to stitch, and then you're going to fold. Really, really easy to be
Very
able to do.
effective. Yeah,
I
very
love it.
clever.
I love
That's
it.
really cool.
It's a really nice size as well, because you're getting, and now we've got the circle ruler out there as well. It's brilliant for doing those circles and doing those centres. It's going to make life so much easier for you.
Ever so clever that.
If you buy the
£16.95.
kit,
yeah,
you get the very special limited edition designed by Sasha strip roll.
Oh.
Had to be leopard print, didn't it?
Hello, of course.
Had to be leopard print.
Rainbow leopard print, yes please.
So
How much is on that roll?
So you're getting 12 metres.
Amazing, 2.5 inch wide.
Yeah, and it's just one strip of fabric.
And then look at these absolutely delicious fabrics that you get to go with. These have a real kind of gorgeous hand-dyed look
Oh, aren't
to
they
them.
lovely? And they work so well with the strip roll.
They are so, so yummy. I'm just going to open out a little bit. So £63.95. How much fabric do I get in each colour?
So you're getting 1/2 metre of each.
Look at that. So 1/2 metre of 5 different fabrics plus your
And
12 metre roll.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
And
value.
your panel.
And you get the panel too.
And you get the panel.
Very cool. Very cool. Do I have enough fabric there to make all 30?
Yeah.
Is it 30 or 8?
8 full ones.
Full blocks,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, you get a plenty.
It's fantastic.
Because you're just using, when you think you're not using an awful lot either, you're just doing that whole flip and fold technique. So again, but I just love the leopard print with these colours.
Yeah, gorgeous, really nice. Right, now, if you would like to buy the leopard print roll, I think this would be so gorgeous for, like, if you do quite a plain bag, but you wanted to do that for the shoulder strap and maybe like the pocket bindings or zip edging.
With denim, that would look really good.
Just a little pop
Yeah.
of something a little bit racy.
Yeah.
$15.99, it's 2.5 inches by 12 metres. Now, you could also use that to bind a quilt.
Yeah, exactly that, exactly.
It's not
It
biased,
was just,
is it?
no, it's not biased, but Yeah, but it was just that I was asked to design one. So I worked with Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and this is what we came up with. And everybody is loving it. Everyone who doesn't love a little bit of bright leopard print. And yeah.
Totally agree. And rainbow is my favourite colour. $15.99 for 12 metres by 2.5 inches. And remember as well, there's no joins. It's one continuous piece of fabric.
Yeah, one strip.
Really clever. I love the design.
Thank you.
Yeah. You could use it in just, I'm just thinking like your jacket.
Yeah.
You know, if you think like binding a little bit of, lovely.
Anything like that, definitely.
Now, if you absolutely loved those juicy, tropical stained glass window fabrics, you can buy them in a bundle. Great value, $32.95. 5 half metres. Great value.
Thank you.
Yeah, beautiful. And each of the fabrics is absolutely stunning.
Oh, I love this yellow.
It is really, really juicy, bright.
They're great, aren't they?
All about the juicy, bright fabric, yeah. These, I always get in trouble if I call things edible looking, but they are.
They
like
are.
Somebody's juiced a load of gorgeous
Do you remember your
fruits.
April fruits?
They are. They are.
Great colours.
Yeah, gorgeous. $32.95. Just low teens available left on these if you want them. Right, we've just a few minutes left.
Haven't got long, have we?
No, the time flies by. We've got some more fabrics. Shall we look at the Harlequin bundle?
Yeah. So this
Tell
is
me
your
about that.
Harlequin. So you're getting that amazing Harlequin print, and then you are off half metres, and then you are getting a contrast black, which just looks amazing with it, the bright orange, the jade, and the purple. So again, great value as well. I just love this.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
fab.
it's
2.5
really
metres
great.
of fabric there.
It's a really great one.
Yeah,
I
fabulous, gorgeous.
just love this colour, you know, this whole orange, and I just love it.
We've got single figures left of that, by the way, if you want that one. Now, this would also work really well together. That is gorgeous.
So again, this is a little bit lines, your geometric. Again, some beautiful colours in this. So we've got this, I don't know, it's got like a lilac background, and then it's got a deeper purple to it. It's got your jadey green, it's got like a lime green. Look at that orange. And then your pink. And again, it just gives you that little bit of texture to what you're doing. It's a great blender to have.
It is, it's gorgeous, but there's more texture there. You can see it properly, can't you?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, definitely.
Almost like a slubby silk look.
Yes, yeah, it does. And again, it's a really, really nice feel to it. It's a really nice quilt in weight cotton.
So 100% cotton.
100% cotton.
Fab. 44 inches wide?
Yeah.
Yeah, ace. That's great. Again, 2.5 metres for $32.50.
And if you order more than one, I cut them in the continuous as well.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So if I if I buy 2 units, I'd get a 1 metre piece
You
of
get
5
1
fabrics.
yeah.
Fab. Next up, Christmas.
Christmas.
Ooh,
Now,
these are a bit special.
They are. Now, these are really special. This doesn't come off. It is glitter that doesn't come off. They're the ones in a bit.
Oh.
So we have got this candy cane, which again is just really, really fun. We have got the red with the gold glitter, and then we've got the green with the gold glitter. And it looks almost like leather, leatherette. It doesn't come off.
Is that 100% cotton?
100% cotton.
Amazing.
And so how they do it is just phenomenal, but they're all sealed. The glitter doesn't come off. It's not rough. You don't know it's actually on there.
No.
You don't know it's on there. But again, it's really nice with that gold.
That's a really fun fabric.
Isn't it great?
Candy canes and sweeties. Yeah, lovely. Christmas is coming. It actually feels like it now. The studio is resplendent in
Christmas
with green and
nails.
gold.
Yeah,
I even wore my Christmas shirt today.
you did.
Nobody said anything, but here I am. And the blue.
The blue. This one, again, is another one of my favourites. I love this because if you think about your bindings and your
yeah.
borders, there's a lot of movement to this one. Really, really beautiful. Again, something a little bit different, and it works really well with that blender.
Yeah, almost like a cloudy sky.
Yeah. it is.
Gorgeous, Sasha, brilliant, brilliant stuff. Really excited about your rulers as well, terrific.
Thank you.
We need to do the menu for tomorrow. John's in, I'm guesting. At 8 o'clock, we have got perfect pre-cuts with no guest names on there. At 9 o'clock, Tulip Pink Grey Work Collection with me, Stuart Hillard, and a gorgeous quilt and fabrics. At 10 o'clock, Cara is here, Cara Ackerman with Sashiko Cushions. At 11 o'clock, Kay Fassett, Day in Quilt, not a quilt in a day, that's with me at 11. And then at 12 o'clock, Cara's back with an embroidered clutch and purse. It has been lovely to spend this snowy day with you, but stick around because Hobby Maker is up next. Don't go anywhere, and I'll see you tomorrow.